Well, how come? I'm behind this? All right. Well, I mean, they think I'm going to take off your clothes. You can bend a little bit so they can see you. Come here. How can they see now? Seeing you doing it. All right, give me the light. I'm actually doing a massage job on Rico now. All right. Rico has been having, some pain in the neck. Who gave you the pain in the neck, Rico? Huh?
I don't know. It just comes and goes.
It comes and goes, So we're going to make the pain go away. I'm massaging Rico here. And I'm having a great time with those little, look at those. It's those little feet, Are they seeing it? Little feet moving in and out. So Rico, what do you do here? You're a director? What do you direct? Are you a psychic?
No.
Uh-huh. All right. So I took off the pain in the neck of Rico with a little massage. It's a great thing to do when you have nothing else to do and you have just a pain in the neck. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Rico.
Hello.
Yeah, in case you didn't know what I was going to do, I was massaging Rico. I have no idea where I am, where the camera is. Where am I supposed to be? Where am I on?
Your phone ready?
Am I on? The camera is this
and remember,
way.
my name is Moko. So
all right.
Like to speak to you now.
Oh wow.
Hold on, we have a technical problem.
Oh, I'm getting rolled up around Christian. Roll my rope around Christian. Christian, I like to roll my rope around you. And then have you my prisoner for a night. How does you feel having Crystal as your prisoner for a night? And, you who do not know what to do with your rope, haven't figured out a way, those G-strings. You think they're just there to hang that piece of clothing? Hey, you're lacking imagination. Maybe those strings are attached to something that, Rico, come in. I want to introduce you to Rico. All right. Are we in front of the camera here? All right. Rico is the director of the Psychic Center.
Hold on the phone.
Because...
Hold on. Don't go nowhere.
Okay. Because... Are you doing something with the Psychic Center?
Yeah, I answer phones.
You answer phones?
Hello?
Are you reading?
No, I don't.
You don't read?
Goodbye.
All right.
Thank you for calling.
Then,
Yes,
I think we're getting crazy now. Okay, thank you, Rico.
So what else would you do for Coco?
You remember that tape that we did? And I wasn't there. It's floundering. I don't know where it's going. I'm hearing that and I'm getting crazy.
Bungee jump with no rope.
That guy wants to bungee jump.
Fantastic. Hold on, I think the guest wants to say something. My voice goes from
I like pink purple like that. I like it. Oh, I like it. All right. Purplish blue. Oh, yeah, that's nice, you know. So, all right. No, that was fine, you know, I liked it. All right, I want to tell you last week, maybe we should cut off that, you know, that tape. Christian, it's off. I don't think it was very compelling, you know, and it wasn't bringing anything except confusion to the show. Who is on? Is my guest on? Who is that guy? Who are you? Are you my guest? Are you Tyrant? Huh? Come on in. Huh? This is my guest. Oh, maybe we should show him right away. Maybe we're going to show him, you know. Maybe we're going to put him, you know, a pair of, is it Tyrant? All right, he's not excited. All right, just let him cool off. Let him cool off. Don't show him. I think I wanted to buy a gorilla suit, you remember? I think he's perfect. Huh? The gorilla suit. All right, you know, everything's going crazy today, and nowhere. We have to make it go somewhere. All right, I'm going to take a few phone calls, all right? Last week, I was in Chicago. I was doing the Jerry Springer show. So, you know, I'm plugging it now. You know, in case you want to see it, it's going to be on Monday, this coming Monday, on NBC at 11 p.m. You can watch it and, you know, tell me if you like it or if you don't like it. Doesn't make any difference, it's already taped, you know. All right, which line do I have on? This one? Hello? Hello, who is on?
Yeah, my name is Jose.
Jose?
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you, Jose?
Fine.
Fine?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your question today?
I would like to know, like, what's the purpose of your show?
There is no purpose. What's the purpose of you being on this earth?
I guess to live.
To live. The
Yes.
same thing. This show, the purpose of this show is what we want to give it. You know, is what the callers are going to make it, and me, and what's going to happen between, you know, you and me. And you, the audience, and me. It's like starting a relationship with somebody, and you say, what the purpose when you meet someone, and if you feel that there is a chemistry or something, you got to tell her what the purpose of you and me together. We don't know. It's when it's over that somehow we know that we've been together for a reason, all right? But when we start something, we never know what the reason. Never do I ask, you know, myself what the reason for. There is many reasons why people are together or people are doing something. There is not just one reason, but, you know, somehow this is usually when it's over that we know why we've been together. But while we are there, we don't know. And that's part of the fun, you know. That's part of the fun of not knowing why we are together. All right?
Yeah, and I would also like to know, like,
Okay, what, do you want some advice? I give advice today, all right?
no, I want to know, like,
Talk
will you ever
a
bring,
little bit louder because I
would
can't.
you ever bring,
I love Cocos. I'm not sure how you guys feel about Cocos, but I fucking adore Cocos. You might notice there's only one of me today. Sometimes there's two. Usually there's two. Sunday is very under the weather, mostly because our subscriptions haven't gone above 1,000. It's a horrifying thing the doctors have had to diagnose, and it took a long time, but it seems to be decidedly because we haven't gone over 1,000 subs. We just don't know if the poor little guy will make it. With any luck, I'll be able to help us pull through today. Yeah, Sunday is always sick. Sunday is definitely fucked up today. The poor guy has allergies, and it's that time of year, so that's how it goes. But you do get a little bit of Brooks today, which will be nice because this is my light stream. Yesterday I did 2.5 to 3 hours on chapter 4 of Anti-Oedipus, and my brain just was not excited by the end of that. But I am endlessly fascinated with what's happening today in the world. So that's kind of actually what we're going to end up spending time on today. It's going to be a lot of market talk, letting you know. But it's a couple really interesting sort of side things, maybe a little bit of education, ideally, and then getting into something that is affecting me personally, because I've been looking at the job market again. And it ain't great. It ain't great, that experience, I will tell you right now. But that's the thing I think most of you do know. So, as we get going, please do, of course, like and subscribe if you're not already part of it. All of that fun stuff would be great. Donations are in the chat. Just head to the top. You can drop a tip through Stream Elements. It does help, especially as we try to get this channel going. Because it is a silly amount of work to do this stuff regularly and not have it be one of those ad hoc, we'll just fucking look at YouTube videos channels, which we kind of don't want to get to. So, ideally, if you can keep us going, that would be lovely. But for today, we're going to talk about, I think, the biggest news, and if I can, especially if I can get it on screen, that would be lovely. I can actually make it bigger because the boy's not here today. Good. So it's been a long fucking day. It's been a long 4 or 5 days for the stock market, for anyone who's in the stock market. And to sort of share a little bit more about my personal position. I'm not a person who has investments. I don't have a 401k. I have been fortunate to be CEO of companies and then not have any money. I am not super well off, we will say, kindly. But as I've been fortunate to do good work, and I've been trying to find a way to get a couple projects I have going funded. In the last year, capital has simply disappeared. There simply is no investment going into almost anything. And when that happens in entertainment, games, film, TV, it usually is a bit of a harbinger for kind of where... Thank you, UTV and Ham. Wonderful. Very, very generous. The nature of capital is entertainment spaces are where people put money. It's a riskier space. And people put money there when they have a little bit of money to risk because the returns can be pretty significant. It's why you see a lot of games companies, film, TV. The plan has always been, think of, God damn it, horror guy, Blumhouse. Their method is simple. You fund a fuck ton of films. You only need one to hit because they all cost you $4 to $6 to $10 to $15 million. But if you have one that hits 150, becomes a Terrifier 3 or Terrifier 1, you're able to then fund the rest of them and keep going. And that's kind of been the Bloomhouse thing, but that's kind of how all of them work, just at different scales. But as that money disappears, you start to see money across the board disappear. Even the money that's being poured into AI right now, you're not seeing the same levels or the fervor that I think a lot of people, maybe outside of the industries, expect. The last 3 months have seen effectively the total and utter collapse of investment capital, as far as I'm able to see and as far as anyone I know is able to see. There's just nothing being done in that. And it's only gotten significantly worse. These tariffs are absolutely destroying companies as we're talking right now. And it's a thing that companies are discovering actively. Like, if you have a thing you enjoy, go look at where that thing is made. Because chances are the thing you enjoy is produced. And China's where a lot of it is done. I am, if you can't see from behind me, which you probably can't in this small little screen, if you other people have, I have a significant board game collection over the years. I really, really love board games. I've kickstarted a good number of board games. I really dig this. 100% of those games are made in China, Southeast Asia in general, but China is where you see most of them made. Once you hit a 104% tariff, you have a really interesting thing as a board game developer. This is happening right now actively to Kickstarter projects, if you aren't familiar with it. But it's the kind of thing that, one second, let me change the title of the stream. Meme of tomorrow is hitting on what I'm talking about. The subreddit to follow right now is small business. It is not an exciting subreddit, nor has it ever been one. It is literally one for people who have 5 to 10 people working for them, or they have their own little Etsy store or whatever it is, to talk about what it means to be a small business owner and to share how you do that. There's a thread that got linked from there because of a long discussion that was there on Board Game Geek that is hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 people who are all in board games, and all of them are saying, this is it. Like, this is the death of the board game industry. It's kind of, it's crazy to consider. Board game developers, on Kickstarter especially, who have games outstanding, having suddenly a 104% tariff, that's landed cost that gets added to what they pay. China's not going to eat that. The guys paying for China to build that stuff are the ones who are going to eat that. They can't afford that. So there are multiple Kickstarter games that are simply done. And they don't know what they're going to do. And they're kind of like, pause, we're going to wait. And that's a phrase I think you're seeing a huge amount these days. And I kind of wanted to talk through, as these things are happening, what's going on. Over the weekend, we saw China has responded officially with 104% tariff, and we have, by the way, today responded very much the same. This back and forth has become very painful. We'll get to China in a second. China is fascinating because of how they're handling this. But the overall setup is basically putting us in a place where anything made from China is necessarily getting this double cost added to it. It's double cost. 104% tariff is a double cost. That play and that setup means that everything that is in process of manufacturing, there's an exception for things that are already on ships, but anything that is in production right now that someone was hoping to bring, say, this summer to shelves, this summer to game board stores, to wherever it is, all of that's gone. It's completely destroyed because they are not going to be able to charge double what they would charge otherwise. And they certainly can't charge Kickstarter backers. In order to get your Kickstarter, you're going to have to pay double what it was. This is not a thing that is going to happen. I'm focusing on the board game thing. I have friends in that industry, and 2 of them have just put their companies on pause. And it's kind of terrifying to me because it's a harbinger. The games industry is a harbinger. It always has been. Entertainment's a harbinger. People talk about how entertainment's the only thing that is depression proof. Oh, look, the film industry survived. You need to understand what that means because, yes, entertainment survives. It does not make great money. That is not where it's at. And certainly the employees and the people who do the work are not the ones making great money. That's not the setup as a thing. On top of China, it is worth noting also that the EU, who offered, amongst many countries, Vietnam, I believe, also Taiwan, I think, others, offered straight up 0 for 0 tariffs. We won't tariff you, you don't tariff us. They expected this to be completely accepted because it was basically, I think a lot of us were in the position of going, hey, look, just don't do any tariffs and everything will be good. Not the case. Turns out not the fucking case. Quite the opposite, actually. They refused all of these deals across the board, saying it's not enough. And Trump started at that point talking very particularly about how these countries need to close the trade deficits we have with them, which isn't a thing. Which isn't a thing a country can do. So with that, because of that, countries have just said, okay, fine, if you're insane, we're going to fire back. And so the EU did 25% tariff across steel and aluminum exports, which are incredibly important to a huge number of our industries. We don't, again, do a lot of the steel and aluminum manufacturing anymore. We have it outsourced because we're part of global supply chains. The duties on that start on the 15th. The setup is that the EU is trying to play chicken with a runaway train. And this is how they start. If this happens, because the US comes back and starts negotiating and all of this, they're happy to get rid of it. All of these countries are playing this game of like, please, 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 can you just fucking talk to us and tell us what you need? Because trade deficits, this is not a thing. So let's talk for a second. I'm hoping everyone understands why, but you need to understand what a trade deficit is and how stupid these people are for thinking that they're set up the way that they are. Let me actually pull up, one sec. Let's see, and this is what you get. I should have had all of this done absolutely much earlier, but hey, first Sunday goes, can you do the stream earlier? So I set everything up. And then he's like, actually, no. So what are you going to do? It's hard to sort of describe how insane this is. But when we talk about trade deficits, here, let me remove the filter from that, even though I do love that look. It is a very good look, but I'm going to pop that off for a second. The U.S. is a consumption culture, but it's not really just a consumption culture. A lot of people think when we talk about the U.S. being consumption culture, consumer culture, that means it's all about the end users, that the end person who's in that chain is actually the consumer, which is true. But it's also our businesses that are consumers of other companies. And what I mean by that is that Apple, for example, consumes a huge amount of manufacturing and materials. Musk's Tesla, for example, the same thing. We have companies here that actually are building, top tier ridiculous shit. We do have a lot of manufacturing here, and our manufacturing is structured, is built, is ballasted by all of the other trade and all of the other exports coming from all the other countries. We don't have the mining industry, for example, that China has, or the smelting power that they have and the amount they produce, or the EU. We don't do these things anymore, not to the same level that we once did, and not to the same ratio that we need. So we are constantly bringing in a fuck ton of stuff from these countries in order to produce end product items. You could say things like, even within China, the idea of the iPhone and how it works, China doesn't build the whole iPhone. We design, we R&D, we go through these huge processes where we spend an extraordinary amount of money on like this absolutely stupid Treasury Secretary was talking about. Boeing will spend a fortune here to design a plane. We will have shipbuilders who will prototype a single ship for, insane amounts of money. And finally, when they nail it, they then ask other countries and other manufacturing bases to build it, and then we import those. When we talk about the consumption at the end of the line, it's all of these things coming into it. So when you talk about the flows of economic elements as they move between things, we are an end point, more or less. The iPhone is exported elsewhere. We do this. But the amount of stuff we actually export when it comes to like that final bit versus the amount that gets imported, we run deficits pretty much across the board. And it's because we consume, and we have an economy that does, we consume so much versus what we output. The challenge is that there is no way to make up this gulf, even though other countries are trying. And this is a factor because these other countries can't afford to do this. They can't afford to be the end point consumption. This is not where their economy is at. It's not where their manufacturing base is at. And ultimately, it's not where their people are at, as much as we may have that fantasy as a thing. One sec, popping this out. Pass a hook. I'm not Sunday at home. You are. Just painful. The setup here is, I think, fairly simplistic. We will never be able to have, not meaningfully, any setup where China is buying from us as much as we're buying from them. It will take entire swaths of their economy growing in ways we're never going to get. Someone mentions Ireland as a pharma manufacturing base that imports to the U.S. We have that. We import that. But we design it, we build it, we R&D it, but we import the actual manufacturing. These countries will never be able to make up this gulf because they don't have the people, the capital, the GDP, the higher end manufacturing base. It is actually an impossibility. It's just insane. What about automation? Automation is actually, it's a factor of this for us, but a bigger factor of this is actually productivity and how that works within a larger economic scale. Here's the thing that's kind of tough when you start talking about these things, is there isn't like one part to this economy. That's not really how we're set up. It isn't that we do a thing. Take agriculture. There's the graph that they were using the other day and have been talking about. Let me see if I can pull that up. It's it just shows like how fucking silly these people are. Percent of U.S. economy, agriculture. Because they had this fucking silly picture of how its share was going down. One sec. We laughed about it the other day. I may not be able to find it just yet. But the idea is, if you look through the last 100 years, then the share of our economy that's agriculture has fallen apart. The share of ours that's manufacturing has diminished. The share of ours that's service has grown. Yes. But that's not a bad thing because, again, one, you're not talking about raw jobs, really. You're not talking about how much those jobs are productive. What you're talking about is how much money those jobs make and the percent of the GDP those jobs are. When we have farms, once upon a time, the number of people who had to work farms was extraordinary. There's a reason, like American slavery is the reason that the U.S. and cotton made America the strongest country it is. There's a wonderful book called The Half Has Never Been Told that goes into the story of how slavery basically, created the structure of the American economy we know today, but also how much power it gave us in trade. Is it slightly too quiet for me? Am I quiet? That can't be right, Wiggy. Let me double check. Sorry, 2 seconds, everyone. I don't know what to tell you, Wiggy. Okay. We had a fuck ton of cotton that we sold. We had a lot of slave labor that did that. We don't want to put that in those graphs, but that should be in the graphs. And so what's happened over time is as things like the cotton gin, or as the mechanized process of extraction of cotton, as that became more prevalent, you'll notice cotton is not a major U.S. export anymore. This isn't because cotton isn't used anymore. It's not. Cotton is in everything. I have a cotton shirt. My wife hates fucking fake fibers, all that shit. So what the fuck? Where did cotton go? How does cotton work? It's elsewhere. It moved elsewhere because it was easier for us to change what that land does into other things, because it would make us more money based on how economies were growing. And as other economies were able to ballast themselves with that work, it enabled us to do other things. This is when you talk about, and it's really tough on the left to have conversations about what capitalism does as a global thing. This is the process of capitalism that capitalists laud and should not be turned away from. Because what it does is it frees people from having to do exceptionally complex, mechanized work that is just brutal on us, because it shifts how those things are done. It displaces them, and it kind of forces efficiency. There's positive there, because all of those jobs that go elsewhere end up actually raising living standards of people around the world, brings people out of poverty. China's done an exceptional job about bringing people out of horrifying gross poverty. Not saying they've turned into like a paradise. No more is a paradise. It's about to get a lot worse. But this shift that began to happen moved what we did. In the same way that in the 1900s, the change came from being, good blue-collar jobs to being more white-collar college kids, to being more service-based financial, to tech, and other countries didn't make the move. Look at Germany. Germany specifically is actually a really good example of this. Germany did not make moves to modernize its economy. It could have. It chose not to modernize its tech infrastructure. And it's paying that price. It's been paying that price. This is like a long-standing thing that Germans have talked about. It's a really fascinating sort of thing overall when you talk about it. But the big deal for us is now we are one part of a large interconnected web of economic elements that are constantly passing through us and then also going elsewhere. We consume a good amount, but we're not everything. We used to be, I think, half of China's exports. We're fucking barely 15% now. Well, in a month, it'll be even less. But as that happens, that's because China's also modernizing. They're shifting how their economy works. They're shifting their number of trade partners. Same with the EU. We're seeing the same sort of growth in multiple countries in Africa that are shifting their entire sets of economies. Kenya is a great example of this. There's a lot of changes happening in a lot of places. And as that happens, you can kind of go two ways. You can keep going. Or you can be a conservative shithead. That's it. Because once you go protectionist, once you pretend we are not part of a larger global supply chain, once you pretend we are not part of a larger economic system, even though the dollar is the standard and we're part of OPEC and all of these things, when you have this mental condition that forces you to see us as a thing and under assault and in danger, you do something like this, where you say a trade deficit's bad. We need equal trade, which is not possible short of us lowering what we import. That's it. That's actually the only way we get the trade deficits in line. That's it. And that very likely is actually in our future with China. Very, very likely in our future with China. To go back, just because it's worth taking a sort of moment on, the actual stock markets are in a really interesting place today. There is the bounce. This is a thing. It's a documented thing in the history of all of these crashes. Go have fun. Go look. The way these things work isn't different. It's not changing, and it never will. Things are not as interesting as people may want to pretend. The fear meter dropped to 3 last night and is back up to 8. So we're slightly better than we were 2 days ago. We were at 4 for a long time. The overall stocks today, nice healthy bounce, a nice 6% gain. We are not close to making up anything, and don't get too excited. This is something that's very, very, very normal. It's very normal. The things that matter, and it's why I like the fear meter as a thing, when we talk about global markets, because this, again, is what matters. We'll get to what the fear meter is, Pasek, don't worry. When we look at the world markets, we can see we're doing great. The volatility index and other things are in a really fucked up place. It's things are balancing a little. It's about to get a lot worse. We'll get into why. The fear meter itself. Hey, we went up to 9 while we were looking at that. Happy day. Basically what the fear meter, the fear and greed index, which I've grown to actually really appreciate, basically pulls in 7 indices of the markets and their conditions. And CNN Business is after hours. It's a great little bit. It's free. You can go look at it, have it sit around, watch it if you want, that kind of stuff. It's great. It's useful for Drukari economics. I like it because it's a nice summary of indices. So one of the first ones they do is the 125-day moving average of the S&P. And generally speaking, where things have been, how they're going, where they're at, just nice indices that way. It's not in a good place, is the short version. The stock price strength, this is a matter of how many stocks are doing well versus how many stocks are really not doing well. And there have been a lot of losers. Like, there's a couple stocks that are doing well, and they're pulling up. There's a fuck ton of losers. We're going to get to treasuries. Don't worry. Don't worry. The stock price breadth, they describe it better. I'm just going to read it. On any given day, investors are actively buying and selling stocks. This measure looks at the amount or volume of shares that are rising compared to the number of shares that are falling. It's a volume play. This one's a price effectively for newer stocks. This one's a volume. And the lower this goes, it's bad. Bad. Really bad. You want people buying more stocks than they're selling, even if it's not price-wise. If Apple loses a fuck ton of stocks, but there's 20 companies that are sort of picking up the slack in terms of volume, then it helps. It's, again, not a 100% indicator. None of these are. This one is the least favorite graph I have. This is put in call options. Stocks are kind of like gambling. I don't know how else to describe puts and calls. It's the only way I've ever had it described to me. It's the only way I will ever probably be able to describe it. But when you have stocks, they're going to go up or down. And you can, through clever things, buy or sell them later. You can promise to buy them at certain points or promise to buy them at low, promise to sell them at whatever it is. Bunch of shit. Puts are options to sell, while calls are options to buy. You really want that ratio to be really, really heavy towards calls. Calls? Yeah. You certainly don't want this to be a balanced thing. or the other way. Because you end up in a place of a bear market when people are basically making bets that things are going to be fucked. And that's where they make money. They make money off of the market doing very badly. And that's what everyone's doing right now. That's what a lot of this shit is people making money off the market doing very badly. Then there's the volatility index. It's called the VIX. You'll hear people, if you ever watch CNBC or shit, you'll hear people talk about the VIX. Sunday asked me to go live now and then didn't show up. So this is my time slot. I'm sorry about that. Trust me, I'd love to watch Majority Report too. Maybe we can tune into them. But the VIX is basically volatility. That's what it is. It's a sentiment measurement, and it has to do with prices and fluctuations of everything inside of all of this. The VIX drops on days when the market rallies and soars when stock plunges. The key is to look at it over time. It's lower in bull markets, higher when bear markets are in place. This number is over 50. There's only 2 times that's happened. And one of them was COVID, and the other was 2008. I think that's only 2 times in this century. So it is bad. It's bad. And we'll get into this because this is actually kind of a scary thing. And I'm going to do my best not to make this boring, but here's the problem. The stuff that matters now, all the stuff that matters now, the indicators are things you need to be armed with to understand the world, because as these things happen, as people make claims, and this is going to happen on the left, it's going to happen on the right, you need to be able to verify for yourself by looking at numbers in the same place that all the stock people are doing. You will never have perfect knowledge. That is not a thing that exists in our world. But you should be able to read stuff that everyone else is looking at to tell how we're doing. And when someone says a thing that investors and that hedge fund managers who manage tens or hundreds of billions of fucking dollars, how the stuff that matters to them, you should know what those things are, because they're going to determine what happens next. And you should be educated enough to at least handle that. You should, even if you're not investing. Again, I got no money in the stock market, but these things are indicators of a lot of other stuff. And we'll get into that because we're going to talk today a little bit later about a way this is impacting particular ghost jobs. We're going to talk about my resume. We're going to talk about how I've been applying at jobs. We're going to talk about this process because it's fascinating and fucked up. It's super fucked up. Things are super fucking fucky right now. God damn it. It's going to be a long stream. But stocks themselves tend to possibly have higher returns, but they are riskier. Bonds, nice and safe, really boring ultimately as a thing. In some ways, bonds outperform. And you have to be thinking about this not in terms of the way you probably normally think about investments. Most people, when they think about investments, are talking about, I'm going to buy stock for 6 months, 5 years, a lifetime. No, we're talking about microseconds now. We're talking about minutes, investments for minutes, which is a fun one. It's a fun one. Yeah, it's a fun one. Oh God, it's going to be tiring. What a tiring time. Safe haven demand is this number here. And you do want it to be positive because it shows the difference between Treasury bond and stock returns over 20 trading days. Bonds do better when investors are scared. That's it. It's scared is a cute way of putting it. But basically, when you see the stock market is too risky for your money, you will go buy bonds. But there's this other little thing that they do that's, one sec. I'm going to try to, maybe I shouldn't go too deep into it. It's actually very common now, and it has been since 2007.
Thank you for paying attention to the board games catastrophe and noticing one of my hobbies.
Cheers to a fellow board gamer, or someone who was alive for the board game boom, because it ain't going to be around no more. One sec. It actually might be fun to go over like that thread and just read that fucking long goddamn thread. Yeah, we're going to take a second. Let's do it. We're going to take a second. We're going to talk about board games. I mean, look, you get me. That's how it works. And so get to have fun. Board Game Geek. Great article. Great article. Highly, highly recommend. I've received more than 150 responses from publishers regarding the tariffs announced by the U.S. government on April 2nd, 2025. The collective mood among respondents is almost universally a mixture of despair, frustration, confusion, and anger. I did receive one survey stating the publisher in general agrees with the tariffs. Fuck that guy. DPH Games tells me that while manufacturing is recently completed from 4 titles, with Legacy at Sea being new, in addition to 3 restocks, I will likely have China hold the games until the tariffs change. Like, this is hard to describe how completely fucked this is going to be. And it's
gone. What do you mean it's gone? It's gone. It didn't do well on the market and it's gone.
And it's gone. What do you mean it's gone? It didn't do well on the market. I'm sorry to say, and it's gone. All right, well, we can invest a little bit more. And it's gone. As a result, DPH Games will have less to sell at Origins Game Fair and Gen Con, which means they're unlikely to cover the costs of these shows as originally planned. Although plans in general have gone out the window, quote, the plan is not to plan, since there's no predicting what will happen next. And if you don't know, board games are notoriously thin margins, nightmare production processes, and a churn. Across the board, we're seeing shit like this. A UK publisher says it will reduce the number of titles it releases and reduce the quantity manufactured. A German publisher is thinking the same with regrets. The only thing to do is to stay away from huge games for a while. But is that really what we want to do here? Coinflip Games anticipated running another crowdfunding campaign in late 2025, but has to figure out whether that's even possible. Considering costs can't be accurately anticipated. Like, just imagine, you don't know what, and not by an order of magnitude of 5%. Costs have overruns. Everyone expects when they build in, if you're decent at your job, you build in overruns. And here's a tip for you kids. Always build in 5 to 10%. Always. Always. It's not lying. It's not lying. Just always build it in. But if you have 100% volatility or more, when you can't even get in the right ballpark, because again, you don't order one game when you're a game maker. You order 1,000. And let's say the game's $50. $50,000 is the run, or $50,000 is the variability. That's it. Like, you're fucked. There's no coming out of it. I'm looking into alternative manufacturing strategies, releasing card only, print and play only, or cheap ass game style in the future, or indie night market style games where there are only 20 to 50 copies and they were handmade by me. This is awful. This is awful. Canadian publisher writes, the idea of making costly adventure campaign games at this moment will be more challenging, as the more expensive a game is to manufacture, the more you're affected by tariffs. Little card games made and sold for $25 are affected very little by the new changes. Oh no, Kingdom Death. Oh no, my Kingdom Death. Oh God, that just hit me. That's gonna suck. That's okay. I didn't buy a lot anyway because they're already expensive. Guess I'm never buying another one again. Great. Fuck. The sentiment is echoed by U.S. publisher of small games that are primarily sold directly to customers. Tariffs currently are charged on the printing costs. So we're making maybe $1 impact per unit, which turns into me rounding up to the nearest $5 for MSRP. Enjoy that cost being not passed on to the consumers. Fuck. Goddamn. I anticipate more small box, standard size card games, cheaper packaging, tuck boxes, 2-piece telescoping boxes, and fewer custom components. It's actually a safe bet. What we're going to start seeing is the standardization, because this is what happens when you do this thing. You're going to see a standardization of components. You're going to end up with the same meeples, but you're going to have 5 or 10 companies go in on pallets of them and then distribute them once they're here. And they'll just deal with the cost there, because you can't have custom. You don't know what the costs are going to be in that setup. Galen Games may rethink publishing completely. For transparency, I priced the game where I was expecting to break even on manufacturing and shipping costs for the Kickstarter fulfilled copies. I expect to make up the difference with retail copies of the game. Super normal for Kickstarters, by the way. Like, Kickstarters are a loss leader that let you actually produce for real game stores. Retail companies have already been priced for distribution as well. Margins were already fairly slim. And while these risks were known, that's the boat I'm in. I can only predict with the data I have right now, but it's looking like I will lose roughly $3,000 instead of making any sort of profit. And I'm currently in the privileged position where I'm not relying on this for my income. But that would be devastating to indie publishers. That would be the end of indie publishers, by the way. I will again urge my U.S. backers, reach out representatives, tell them to cancel tariffs. Won't matter. If you didn't see, Republicans are blocking the Democrats' move. Despite some Republicans crossing the aisle, Republicans have fully blocked the ability for any of this. So short of getting 60 votes, which Dems won't get, thanks. Short of getting 60 votes, these tariffs are not stopping anytime soon. Hey, there we go. Look at the good news. I mean, this isn't good news, by the way, and I'll tell you why. We're so fucked. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? 152. This is a minute ago, and they upped the tariff on China. Nothing matters anymore. Like, nothing matters anymore. I don't understand. Hey, Brooks, why are you not excited about this? This is good news. No, it's actually worse. It's actually worse. Because as of yesterday, they were saying that they would never pause these. So there is a rally. God, he's orange right now. I don't even have a filter on right now. Like, that is some fucking weird looking shit. 125% ratcheting tit for tat with Beijing. Still going to fuck an incredible amount of companies. But yesterday's a war. We're not doing anything, blah, blah. Oh, we're pausing tariffs for 90 days until I decide not to. Oh, I'm doing it again. This is good for... honestly, if we see a rally and we see stocks come back, it is retail traders. I cannot imagine anyone with a sane mind is getting in on this in any capacity except to sell. Let's say from here out, whatever happens, happens. The randomness, the lack of self-control, the lack of a plan, the lack of a strategy, the lack of coherence, the lack of communication, the way that America is putting its foot forward is random. This is divination at best, but it's divination with very particularly the goal of making themselves wealthy. Because the only reason you would pause this is so that way you can kill it again and sell stocks right before. Because like they're going to be selling stocks today that they bought 2 or 3 days ago because they knew they would be doing this pause. That's all I can think. Like we're talking about grand scale stock market manipulation is the most sensible answer to this as far as I'm concerned. I That's what I would like. That's what evil people would do. Shitty assholes would do. Imagine you're someone who's ex hedge fund, like all of these fucks that he's got in his administration, the swamp. That's what I would do. That's what they're going to do. They're too stupid to do anything else. They don't care about the worker. They don't care about the board game industry. They don't give a shit about any of this. Their ability to buy at the bottom because they know where the bottom is, because they can start sending signals and they can freeze, and then they give good news, and then they do another tariff, and then they sell at the peak, and they just can do this a few times. There's no reason to think this is anything but that. There's no reason to think. Trump's backdown on tariffs took great courage, Treasury Secretary said. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. Bessent took away. I mean, I hate these people. Bessent said the rate for countries looking to negotiate with the U.S. would come down to 10%, including on Canada and Mexico. Wait. Wait. So what is actually happening? What is actually happening? Because the reciprocal tariffs already went into play, and I'm actually not seeing. I'm seeing that they're signaling. Sure shot, anyone, please, dear Lord, send me a fucking link of something. I'm not seeing a goddamn thing on this. I'm not seeing a goddamn thing on this. President Trump was joined by Scott Bessent. I sat with the president while he wrote one of the most extraordinary truth posts of his presidency. Oh, this is Truth Social shit. Which means it's on X, which means I need to look at it not on YouTube. One moment. Because again, it's him saying something on X doesn't mean fucking anything. Him saying something on Truth Social doesn't mean anything. God damn it. All right. In theory, this is what they're talking about, which was... Okay. Based on the lack of respect China has shown to the world's markets, I'm hereby raising the tariff charge to China for the United States by 125%, effective immediately. At some point, China will realize the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable. They're not gonna back down from this. Like that, China's not. This is gonna be what a moron. We don't even have 15% of trade with them. We're not even 15% of their trade, like everyone else is. And if we're pausing everyone else, China simply outsources it to get around tariffs. So they're not even going to give a fuck. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? All right. Conversely, based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, including Commerce, Treasury, and USTR, to negotiate a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs. Oh, what an asshole! These countries have not, my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States. Europe did. You fucking tool. The fuck? Like this. What the fuck, man? I don't understand. Like, again, they're just liars. And it's amazing. Because this happened overnight, by the way. EU takes revenge on Trump's tariffs as countries approve $20 billion in retaliative. We talked about this a little bit ago. The EU can apply retaliatory tariffs on nearly 21 billion of products like soybeans, motorcycles, and orange juice after the bloc's 27 countries assented to the measure on Wednesday. And that's it. They're 3 weeks from now is the reciprocal tariff. They're like, oh, but no one else is doing it, so These countries have not retaliated in any way, shape, or form. They did, actually. I've authorized an 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%. Also effective immediately.
Money.
This
Have
is...
some more of my board game budget. It's been reserved for Spiel in Essen for the last 20 years. I reckon I won't need that much this year.
Oh, Roth. Pray, my friend. Pray, my friend. I mean, I could... Part of me is like, I need the break. I haven't painted any of my fucking Batman animated figures. I got the entire series. My wife got them for me for my birthday. The Batman animated series, board game, the full thing. I haven't painted any of them. I've got Ghostbusters, X-Men in Black. I haven't painted any of them. I got so many things to do. It's like, and it'll give me a nice break maybe. This is just awful. So, okay. I've authorized an 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period. So it's not a pause on the tariffs. It's a 10% tariff, reciprocal of 10%, effective immediately. So what is a pause? What's the pause? I feel like sometimes I'm having a stroke. I don't. So what's paused? I don't even understand how anything works anymore. Because he's just saying this, but again, we don't live in a kingdom with an edict. Do people know that the president saying a thing isn't an edict? Right? He says a 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff. So it's not a pause on everything over 10%. It's that the reciprocal tariffs aren't paused. They're now 10%, which would mean everyone's getting a 10% tariff still. But him saying a thing doesn't, like, we don't... We do not live in a country where a man says a thing by proclamation and the rest of us have to interpret what he means. That is not what modern society is built on. That's despotic society. That's straight up dictatorship. Straight up dictatorship. And I know you joke, we're there, you're there. We're not. We're not because, again, what do the people at the borders enforce? How do the customs people do it? How do accountants put this in the books? How do people enter it into the government? Tariffs are not a thing you can do by edict. This isn't the sheriff of Nottingham walking around demanding you hand him 5 gold pieces. This is actually done via computers, via code. You have to actually know what to put in. What the fuck? Hey, Queen of Swords and Cryborn, chill. Chill. Chill, you two. Chill, you two. Chill. Chill. And this is just confusing. This is just confusing. This is just confusing. I love it. I love it. This is just like hell. Sure Shot says, I hope it means it's a retraction of tariffs from before down to 10%. Or a pause of those tariffs and a 10% reciprocal. But again, the 10% reciprocal tariffs means it's 10% on top of whatever they were, which is what they were set up to do. Right? That's what the original tariffs were, is you took that's what they claimed. You take whatever the problem is before and it's 10% on top of it. So what the fuck? Like, I actually don't know what the fuck this means, and I need someone to fucking explain this to me. What is Bloomberg saying? They're usually shitty. No. I want no paywall. Clean the web page. Let's do it. Fuck, it's not gonna let me. Fucking course. Yeah, no one's gonna figure out like what these things actually mean. It's just a question of like figuring out how they're implementing it, or at least what people see. Yeah, it's the comments everywhere. Everyone's like, so what does this actually mean? So all stocks are going to just go up real fast and people can sell. Yes. Yeah, there's no way this isn't just straight up market manipulation. So it's 145% tariff on China is actually where it lands because it's a retaliatory of 125. It's 145% on China, 10% on everyone else. It is holding things. And tariffs stay in place. So it's not a pause in any capacity. So, yeah, I mean, it's 10% across the board for every partner and 145% for China, pausing the more extreme versions. That's what the Treasury Department's interpreting it as, it seems. We live in hell. The president and his people are literally just playing the market. The amount of money in puts, I almost wonder if there's I'm wondering how much money in puts was just completely destroyed. I feel like we're just in a lot of trouble. Yeah, because I'm just looking at like Nvidia, Tesla, all these things that just went back up. Every put fucking destroyed. Fuck me. I don't know how else to read this except that it's market manipulation. I don't have any other way to look at this. This is absolutely batshit fucking insane. And the Dow is up 6, S&P is up 7, NASDAQ has jumped 9%. So imagine imagine the number of people right now, retail investors, because again, I have a feeling we're not seeing major buy-in from hedge funds right now. I've had a feeling we saw look, I'm over the last 12, 14 hours before market opening, there was this weird volatility of holding because there was a lot of buying and selling in order to maintain sort of a weird stability. And then lo and behold, Trump says this, and there is 6%, 7%. It's going to hit 10%. We're going to have an insane growth day. And then in 2 or 3 days, he's going to absolutely do this again, and it's going to destroy all of that. And all those people will sell at the peak right before he does. And that would be the thing to watch for. Right now, the thing to watch for. That's the thing to watch for. Is when you start seeing a weird quick sell-off. And every one of these firms is going to be doing that, and we're all going to get just completely bent fucking over. I can't even mentally handle the fact that the Nasdaq's up 9.5% on no news. Because it's still 10% across the board. No negotiations are happening. None. No negotiations. Just to be very, very clear, the U.S. has refused negotiations. Again, the EU and other countries offered 0 for 0 will eliminate tariffs. And they said no. Oh, no. Bond. No. 2-year bond yields are not possibly up 8%. That would be confusing. No. Okay, good. I'm not seeing that. Wait. No, I'm wrong. Man, that swing is fucking crazy. That swing is crazy. I'm actually yeah. There's Nasdaq's over 10% now. Just since that news, like, I don't understand how the world works. Why are you watching me? Don't watch me. Let's just give up. Let's just give up. Can we give up together? I feel like giving up together would be good, because this is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. We're up 10% since 117 in the last hour. %10 in 1 hour. I'm just all right, so what stocks are doing it? Let's take a look. Let's do this. Let's do a little mini investigation. Who are the big winners right now? Treasury yield 30 years up 1.5%. That's a healthy thing to see. 30 years is up 1.5%. That's good. That is, look, I'm not smart enough to be able to explain a lot of this, but these are really fucked up numbers, to be just very simple about it. Again, is Tesla's up? Tesla's got to be up. Tesla's up 17%. Like, that's fucking crazy. The stream usually does start in the afternoon. Sunday hit me up and was like, I've got stuff to do in the afternoon. Can we go early? And I said, sure. And then right before the stream started, he was like, I can't. I'm dying. And he's dying because you're not subscribed. And it's a big deal. Look, there's 145 of you. There's a good chance like 18 of you haven't subscribed. And that's what we needed. We just need to get to that last little bit. And then Sunday, like Tinkerbell and Peter Pan, if you clap, you must just have to believe in him. And you show how you believe in him by subscribing. This is fucked up to me in so many ways. I'm trying to figure out. This didn't fix anything. He didn't change anything he's fucking doing. Nothing has changed. Trump backs down on biggest tariffs for most companies. Now every country is just getting a 10% tariff that we didn't have before. And China with a 200% because he can't undo that because he's made too many extreme things. But again, the EU had retaliatory tariffs. A lot of countries did. So he's just lying and making up these things. I have no idea why any of this would work. I have no idea why any of this So, Treasury bonds, you heard someone mention it. Please say that this is going to explain. Well, we're going to watch a little bit.
On a roller coaster ride with long-term Treasury yields also displaying peculiar trading, some might say. Here with more Yahoo Finance's Alexandra Canal. This is something that actually Mark just alluded to when we talked about it earlier. Treasuries had yields had come down a lot. But over the past couple of days, we've seen an increase in yields.
And this really started at the start of the week. The 10-year Treasury yield jumped 17 basis points on Monday. This was a massive 34 basis point swing. We extended those gains today. We're up about 10 basis points just today, hovering at around 4.25%. Same thing with the 30-year yield, jumping another 12 basis points. We're currently levels there at around 4.72%. Now, as a reminder, bond prices and yields, they're inversely correlated. And so we're seeing this heavy selling in the bond market. And what's really interesting is if you talk to a lot of strategists out there, they don't exactly know why. And Wall Street has laid out a few different
You know how terrifying it is when they don't know why these things are happening?
Scenarios. One could be this rush for liquidity. Perhaps there's some selling to have some cash on the sideline. Another theory is perhaps bond traders are pricing in higher inflation due to these tariffs. We just heard from the White House they are going to be implementing 104% tariffs on China at midnight. And if inflation is going to be high over the long term, the Fed is going to maintain a very restrictive interest rate environment and therefore push up yields. But what's made this a little bit more complicated is the stagflation risks of it all. And I just talked about the inflation part of stagflation, but if you focus in on the stag part, slowing growth, that implies that we could potentially have a U.S. recession. And we've seen several Wall Street firms come out and talk about the possibility of a recession increasing due to these tariffs. So that's initially, Julie, what you said. That's what we saw in the aftermath of Liberation Day. Perhaps we're entering a period of stagflation that could lead to a recession and yields will come down. But now we're just seeing this uptick and this rise, and there's not a true catalyst as to.
There kind of is. So there's this weird thing that you can do if you have a fuck ton of money. I talk about this in my anti-Oedipus talks. It's an important distinction from Marx. It's an important distinction for Retaliatory, Klosowski, and others, is to understand the difference between capital and cash. When you have cash, and we tend to think of cash as being the same thing. I got $5, I get paid by my job, I get paid $1,000, $5,000 a month, whatever, and off I go. That sort of thing that puts me in that, I get to buy things and I spend it $5 here and there. That's cash. It's not capital. Capital is not that. Capital is when you have a lot of cash. And it's not so much that you just have big numbers, but it's that at large, these things change how they behave, what they can do and what you can do with them. Because, for example, I don't have enough money to buy treasury bonds, but also short them at the same time. Because
money.
Sunday can't die. I need to watch him ignore explicit hints for 3 minutes in Outer Wilds while I make fun of him. Please subscribe, everyone. Don't take this from me.
It would be lovely. We do only need a handful of people to get the channel monetized at this point. It is appreciated. We're 14 away. And it would be nice to be able to get a couple ads and start getting stuff out there. But also memberships and all those things that let this become more self-sustaining. I can't do that because I don't have a lot of money. If I had enough money to buy a couple bonds, having enough money to also short them is not going to generate a lot of cash, because the difference in value, the percents of percents we're talking about, because they're talking about that when they talk about basis points, what they mean is literally a percent of a percent. That's what a basis point is. It's a basis point is a percent of a percent. So you're trading on the percent of a percent of this derivative. Derivative is the wrong term. Effectively of this odd little difference. And because ultimately at any point, we are going to find a way to have bonds, values, and yields sort of come together. This is a thing that happens through arbitrage. This is very complicated, annoying shit, and I don't think I can make it simple. But the closest version is, if I had a fuck ton of money, I could buy a ton and also short a ton. And those percent of a penny suddenly in the billion-dollar range shifts to being a lot of money, shifts to being a lot of money. And I can do this all day. And so you can buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. And you can fuck with these things in order to make money. This is something that has basically precipitated the last two major crashes we had. And you can see this. There's a lot of arguments and a lot of discussion around these things because it's a very complicated and deeply boring fucking instrument of finance, as you can guess. Basis trades, it's really dry shit, would be the way to put it. It's really a weird nightmare. And so as you start getting into this percent of these things and how you can make money on this, it only works, like SureShot's saying, it only works when the rate of change itself is shifting. It's about the velocity in that rate of change, which they need to sort of artificially push along a little bit, but again, making percents of percents. And they do this when it's easier to do that with their money. When I say dry shit, do I mean 15 flushes? I mean way more than that. Basis points, you are free to like go try to understand them. I'm not even fully sure I do, to be very frank, because it's the kind of thing that I'm never going to do. Nor is it a thing that I think a lot of us have reference points for that type of behavior. We're talking about like quant level small purchases in mass amounts over something that is a bond, which is in theory one of the more boring, safe purchases. But this weird thing that they do, this one weird trick that they hate, completely fucks with everything. It's a really, really complicated thing. And it sucks. And this sucks. And so anytime that you hit this place where you have options and you have puts or any of this shorts or any of these things happening alongside these things, you have really weird reactions from people. And basis points are going up and up, and they're crossing 50, like weird moments that are not supposed to be happening. To just read. The unusual surge in long-term Treasury yields has rattled investors in the aftermath of President Trump's tariff-fueled Liberation Day. The catalyst behind the turmoil could have a ripple effect across the entire financial ecosystem. As of Wednesday afternoon, the 10-year yield jumped another 12 basis points. Let's see where we're at now, because that was at 4.36 when they wrote it. And we are at 4.415. So, yeah, this is fair. This is not terrifying at all. Even as Trump announced a 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs for a swath of countries and also raised tariffs on China that represent a massive 51 basis point swings from Monday's low of 3.87, or even more, and the biggest 3-day jump since December 2011. That's good. 2011 was a great year for the stock market. Following the latest tariff news, it wasn't. The 30-year yield posted more modest gains, but rose 6 basis points after it logged its biggest move to the upside since March 2020 earlier in the week. I wonder, March 2020, wonder what that month was. I wonder if that was another great month for the stock market. As of the afternoon, by the way, anytime you're reading an article, like last time this happened was this month, go look. Just go see if it's a good month. March 2020 was the shutdown from COVID. Literally destroyed a huge chunk of the economy. December 2001 was fall on from 9/11, and I know of a huge number of people. My grandparents, they lost all their retirement because the fund that had invested their pensions was gone. The stock and bond vigilantes signal that the Trump administration may be playing with liquid nitro. Ed Yardeni, president of Yardeni Research, said in a research note published Tuesday, something may be about to blow up in the capital markets as a result of the stress created by the administration's trade war. If so, then the S&P 500 will fall into a bear market for sure. 10-year Treasury yield whipsaws on tariffs pause. Yeah, whoa. These are not good graphs. Oh, SureShot sent me something. Here's hoping it helps. Oh, no. These graphs are fucking so depressing. He paused reciprocal tariffs. Okay. In a strange turn of events, the president seems to have added another 10% tariff. I mean, this is like, I'm gonna take a break for a second. I'm just gonna share with you a fun joke I was gonna have today, because I already opened it, so I have to drink it today, or at least make the joke. And now it's not funny anymore, because I was gonna make a joke about how I'm more American than a Sunday, and he was gonna make a joke, and I was gonna go, see, because I'm having Twinkies iced latte. I saw this at the store. I couldn't help but go, what the fuck? And you know what? Tariff this. Tariff this. Tariff this. It's not spoiled. Oh, Lord. It does not taste like Twinkies. Saying, I already opened it. I was like so excited to fuck with. I was so excited to fuck with Sunday. It doesn't taste like Twinkies. That's just so depressing. I needed a mental break. So all of this, again, remember when I said that the president saying a thing on Truth Social is not actually how laws work in our country or how tariffs work? Because it's not at all. So the president seems to have added another 10% tariff to Canada and Mexico. Asked earlier if the 10% tariff extended to those countries, Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said it did. White House official clarified for me just now that was the case. Previously, Canada and Mexico had been exempted from this round of reciprocal tariffs, though they still faced a 25% tariff on many of their goods the president imposed last month. That another 10% tariff on top. So no one knows what's going on. Twinkies do have a taste. I like Twinkies. That is not a thing. It's just awful. That was awful. Twinkie flavored. The pause indicated Trump cared about trade and wanted to make bespoke trade deals with countries that were willing to lower barriers. Which again, lower barriers means eliminate trade deficits, which is not a thing they can do. I'm not drinking any more of that. That joke is done, and that was the end of it. So let's track the tariffs. Let's do it. This is how fucked up this is. This isn't tracking how much tariffs are on them. This is whether or not there is one. Planned, in effect, partly in effect, or paused. Right now, Mexico and Canada have partly in effect. China has in effect on aluminum. We have aluminum. Global is still in effect. Steel, so those are both 10% at least. Reciprocal tariffs, and that is the partly in effect. It's 10% reciprocal. Cars, globally on top, and then the 10% global on top of all that. Jesus Christ. So what is the actual thing that's happening here? You just got the rug pulled out from under you. News of Trump's plan to pause the most reciprocal tariffs went into... Goddamn, why aren't you loading? Oh, it's because it's not a game, this is real life. Holzfer yelled as he pressed Greer about whether or not the move amounted to market manipulation by the administration. Yes. Yes. That's all this is. That's all this is. If you bought overnight a ton of stocks and then sold them now as they're up 10%, you'd make a fortune if you bought the right ones. You'd make a fortune if you bought the right ones. A genuine fortune. That's it. I got nothing else. And again, who are you going to report him to? The government? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It did not taste like Yoo-hoo. This is a terrible, terrible invention by a monster. What it tastes like is generic coffee with extra sugar. There's no flavor to it that adds anything towards even the simulacra of a Twinkie, which I actually have. I am that person. There's a lot of very fun stuff. I'll buy Twinkie flavored popcorn. I've got some of that. It tastes like Twinkies. This is disgusting. When you have kids, you're shocked at how the weird, dumb shit you're going to end up buying. It's a whole thing. But this is a wild day. This is a wild day. And this happened at the end of market. Market's closing shortly. What the fuck are they doing? Oil prices rose above $61 a barrel Wednesday, erasing earlier losses. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, just told reporters the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10%. Except it's not. So she lied again. That's shocking. Yeah, and then everyone else is like, it's not clear that they're facing a 10% tariff or a 20%, because he's saying it's a 10% reciprocal limit, but it's paused. But how does it work? But wait, is it addition to the 10% universal tariff? What the fuck? And then it turns out, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, we're just fucked. We're just fucked. We're just fucked. Yeah, and no one knows what's happening. I love it. So let's come on, Bassett. No, come on. Let's see. One sec. Just go over here. Oh, God. What an awful day. What an awful day. What are they doing? I genuinely don't know what they're doing. And it's like, I mean, I can guess. I think it's market manipulation because it's the only thing that sort of works.
Countries were getting called.
There we go. He's getting questions. Let's find out.
Will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them. So I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive. And
he's not this stupid. That's the thing. He knows, like, trade deficits aren't necessarily a big thing. That's
to create. But I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. The secretary is obviously a very busy man. As he has said, he's had more than 75 countries that the trade team has to respond to. I'd just like to end with this. For decades, Republicans and Democrats have said that these unfair trade practices are ripping off the American people, are ripping off our country, but nobody has ever done anything to address it. We finally have a president here at
it's just chugging his cock. That's what they're doing. She's the worst. She's the worst. But this is insane. So he's not this stupid. Here's the thing. Like Scott Bessent, these people, one sec. Treasury, I want to go through his background. It's just worth a note as a person. Because he is... He's an old hedge fund guy. because he founded Key Square. Is he still? He's not featured on there anymore. It's got to be. Key Square, Key Square, Key Square. There it is. Yeah, good. He's like most hedge funds, not the largest web presence in the world. They're a hedge fund founded by Soros guys. Like, as much as trying to hate Soros, like that's who this is. And they're not. He's not this stupid. Anyone who's part of that world, anyone who got $2 billion from Soros as a thing. He used to be the CIO of Soros's fund, for Christ's sake. But there's a little bit of stat in here that's worth mentioning. Key Square Capital Management was the largest hedge fund launched at 2016, and at that time the third hedge fund launch ever. Key Square received $2 billion anchor investment from Soros. By the end of its first quarter of operation, Key Square was managing $4.5 billion. Money.
Given tariffs lowering our leverage, what are your thoughts on Chinese aid to Russia?
What are my thoughts on Chinese aid to Russia? Once we stop being a power that's willing to work with countries, you push them into corners. And I don't think China should be supporting Russia. I don't think China should have invaded Ukraine. None of these things. But when you do what we're doing with China here, and what we've done over easily the last year, by doing the trade policies and setup we've got, instead of, I think, working towards a more equalized system, I think we don't know how the global hegemony is going to roll out from this, but we know we aren't at the top anymore. That's all I think I would be curious if they're Chinese nationals, if they're sent there on behalf of China, or if they're Chinese nationals, because if you don't know, like, these countries are not like far apart. This isn't like China sending, troops to like the Congo. This is like Chinese nationals there are like, it's a trip. It's a day trip. They're on the way. So it's just a question of like where they come from, how, but do we have the ability to even complain about it at this point? Because what options are there? What world are we putting in when we are going to cut off literally the largest economy in the world from doing trade with us, and then tell other people, including the EU, that if they do trade, if they do bad, evil things, we're going to punish them? It's a big deal. It's a big deal. So, not happy about it. Not happy about those reports. I know Russia and China are big. China national means a lot of things. It can mean a lot of things.
Money. To help keep the lights on, keep up the good work.
Thank you. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, assuming call sign. It's going to be tough. It's going to be, we aren't encouraging anything else. And I think there was an opportunity for a good amount of time, for years, where Biden too, by the way, but not nearly as bad as Trump, could have been slightly less dickish to Xi Jinping and actually forced a little bit more of that relationship. These are my my yogurt drinks. They're a potion to replace gut biomes. It's my magic potion. So Scott Bessent is not stupid enough to know, like, to think that trade deficits are a bad thing for any country. For example, Facebook has a trade deficit with this business down the street that has a Facebook page. Facebook's not upset about that trade deficit because that would be stupid. Be stupid for us to be upset about trade deficits for the same exact reason. It's the same exact thing. It's very frustrating. And again, just to go through, he was one of the main guys who helped the Quantum Fund make $1 billion, which shorted sterling ahead of the UK's withdrawal from the ERM. This was a huge deal. He's part of this weird inner circle of the hyper wealthy. Like when you talk about like the wealthy and the elite, Bessent's in that. He's absolutely part of that. I think Trump is not, and Trump has not been. It's one of the things he's actually publicly lauded and been angry about, that the elite financial world of New York never took him under wing because he's fucking dumb. But Bessent's cynical. These people are all cynical. Bessent's cynical. And it's very frustrating to see this. Very frustrating to see this. And he's a thumb. Why are all these people thumbs? There's so many thumbs. Like he's a thumb.
At the White House, who is playing.
Again, President Trump created maximum negotiating leverage for himself, and which tariffs
for himself. I agree with this. I have a theory that underneath all of these things, Trump is actually, because these are private meetings we're never going to know about, and there aren't notes being taken for any of this, that he's literally looking for things for himself and for Bessent and these others. That's what he wants. He doesn't want the EU to do no tariffs. What he wants is, we will do no tariffs. We'll also say that you're awesome, and we will spend $1 billion building a big Trump head. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. He wants, like, for himself and his cadre of pieces of shit.
went into effect 15 hours ago. The ones that we have lowered went into effect a week ago. They were announced a week ago, and we've just been overwhelmed by the response.
He is, this is, wait, was this the guy? There was another, I think there was another guy too. Cause I think he's gay. And then there was another guy as well that was nominated. Yeah. Yeah. New York City prosecutor John Freeman is his husband.
Response from mostly our allies who want to come and negotiate in good faith. So we are expecting them to come with their best deal. As I said a week ago today, don't retaliate, hold your ground, let's see what happens. And China, they kept escalating and escalating, and now they have 125% tariffs that will be effective immediately.
Mr. Secretary,
go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for doing this. The 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs, is that because of the whiplash that we've been seeing across the financial markets? How much was, what we saw in the stock markets, a part of this decision?
No, it's because because of the large number of inbounds, we've had more than 75 countries contact us, and I imagine after today there will be more. So it is just a processing.
We've had 75 countries contact us. Is not the same as saying 75 countries want to make a deal. I have a feeling every country would go, what?
Problem. Each one of these solutions is going to be bespoke. It is going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. So that's why we're getting the 90-day pause.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, there was a tweet that you and Secretary Letnick were in the Oval Office with the President talking about this. Can you talk about what that conversation was like and what you guys said to one another that led to this decision?
Look, it's all the President's decision, and the President had a level in mind to raise the China tariff.
He's awful. He's awful. Because this shit with China, China released a white paper, which is not a thing I thought I'd say this year. China released a white paper on their relationship with America and what they would like it to be. And it is, after reading through, and I know I sent it to Sure Shot to get thoughts. If anyone else has read it, I'd love if you've thought. It is a very friendly white paper. Very friendly. China State Council Information Office released a white paper titled China's Position on Some Issues Concerning this whole thing. China government issued the document to clarify its position. Here are some key points. Normal for China and the U.S. to have differences and frictions. China and the U.S. have different economic systems and stages of development, which might lead to differences and frictions in economic and trade cooperation, it read. They're very much open in it and talk about how, hey, we're just not there yet. Like, we will be. We have 1 billion plus people. When we have a consumer thing, you will probably, like they almost say, you will have a trade deficit with us if we get to that point, which they're not really probably wrong on. World Trade Organization regulations mandate unconditional MFN, most favored nation treatment for all members. MFN is it's a legal document term. You'll see it a lot if you ever do contract work, if you ever have a company, if you ever license something. MFN means most favored nations. It means you will get the best deal, and if someone else gets a deal that's better, your deal's automatically made better. Most favored nations is very common in a lot of deals, but the WTO specifically says that there is, for all members, unconditionally MFN treatment. And in 2018, the U.S. administration unilaterally imposed Section 301 tariffs on specific Chinese exports, citing domestic legislation. The country imposed strict unilateral measures against China. Basically, they go through how we're basically violating a ton of trade agreements and have been for 7 years. For like 7 years. Plus longer, but they're really going particularly into that. Are there more people in the chat today than during the Zelda debate? God, I hope so. I hope that's not the high point. That's the fucking worst debate we've had. MFN status revocation destabilizes the global economic order. This is kind of what the entire paper is about. China's like, hey, by the way, do you understand that you and I, like this, like America, you and I, we kind of make world trade. You design stuff, you make stuff built, you kind of set tones. We manufacture things, we ship it everywhere, we handle a lot of that. We're kind of the big boys on the block, and if we don't get along, it's going to overall fuck with things. They're very explicit about it. And they're very specific. If this happens, and there is economic decoupling of the two countries, which I think at this point, I don't see a way around short of things. China is against protectionist acts, which is a little pot calling the kettle black kind of thing happening there, because they do a lot of that shit. They are very big on multilateral trading, but they also fuck with things overall. Sure shot. We'll you know what? I will add. There, we'll make that on the list. We'll make that on the list. Because I could use a break from the serious shit. This is so much fucking darkness. They basically go through how we fuck with them and we do. We're kind of across the board. They fuck with us too. Do not get me wrong. They absolutely do. But they're kind of calling out some very specific stuff. And it's pretty, it shows here's the rub. The whole thing shows that they have no interest in a protectionist trade war. They're kind of asking in the diplomatic, economic, open way, please don't make us do this. That's what they're doing. They're saying, please do not make us do this. but they're ready to. That's what I got from the white paper. I don't know if anyone else got anything different, but that's what I got. Before we get to the break time, though, you'll see I changed the subject. I'm going to talk about something that's affecting me personally, and I think affecting all of you if you don't know it. A lot of the audience, I know a good number of you come from Sunday's world, which is a lot of you pre-job or college or post-college kind of early job. My audience tends to be older, angrier, fucking fucked with people. Ghost jobs are a thing I've run into. So I've been, my company failed about a year and a half ago, year and 3 months. And I took time off. I used the last sort of bit of my savings. My wife and I decided I needed to heal. It was kind of too much mentally. And it was a incredibly painful, difficult thing to sort of go through overall. But after that, it's like, cool, what's my next thing? What's my next setup? How am I going to be moving? And I started talking to people. And one sec, my dog is being awful. You give me 2 seconds, I'll be just right back. I got to let her out. All right. She'll just sit there and talk to me in her way by yelling at me. I have a really fantastic resume. I really do. I was director of digital marketing for LucasArts and Lucasfilm. I was a project lead for 2 games. I launched 30 products while I was there. I got hired from there to work for James Cameron, vice president of his production company, and then global director at Starbreeze for 2 years, where I won a bunch of awards and did a bunch of really great stuff. I helped build the Star VR headset and ran first party and marketing for that. Helped build IMAX VR. I've done a lot of really amazing things. And I started, you keep an eye out for jobs. You go, hey, that gig looks interesting. So you hit someone up at the company if you can. I've done that a lot. And they go, oh, I'll look into it. Or you apply for the job. And then it turns out that job was filled, or you never hear anything. And this happened to me all the time. Not a little bit, like an extraordinary amount of time where the job is pre-filled. Pre-filled. What the fuck is all I could think over and over. It's not a thing I'd run into. The jobs market's been broken. When I had my company, we paid decently, but we weren't like EA. I had 34 employees. We were developing a game and a bunch of other stuff. It was a crypto thing. It's a very long story. But we put out a position for a junior designer spot. And I wanted to, go wide and do a big thing. We got 3,200 applications in a week, which is not a thing you can do. Like, that's not a thing you can go through. It was painful. We decided we didn't know what to do after that. So I wanted to start looking into, and I've been spending a lot of times looking at ghost jobs. Because ghost jobs, this is not a new thing. Like, if you, way back when, Andrew Carnegie was kind of the first person, anytime you start talking about ghost jobs, Andrew Carnegie, the incredibly wealthy piece of human garbage that he was, played out that he was very, very pro-union, pro-worker, and a philanthropist. He was basically kind of what Elon Musk is now, except better at that thing. What Carnegie did is he would post fake jobs in the area for fake companies in order to depress wages. Specifically, the thing that he did when these protests started happening and other stuff is he created fake jobs. And he went through this process, and And this became a very standard practice. This shifted over time, though. The way that ghost jobs came about is different than how they're handled now. There's a lot of fake jobs out there. If you go on LinkedIn, and we can actually, fuck this, I'm going to say, we're going to spend a moment on the worst website in the history of the world. It's my only social media that's left. And it is a shit show, to say the very least. But if you go into jobs and you're looking around, you go, okay, so what do you have? Here is a listing for interim president and CEO. I have a feeling it's probably not real. None of these, by the way, it's just easier to assume that most of these jobs are just completely fake and bullshit, because they can be. And these are things I can reach out to people at the company. They'll look it up every time. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. Here's head of content, vice president, digital transformation strategy and portfolio. That probably would be a decent actual gig for me. But these jobs don't exist once you actually contact, once you actually go to them, once you're actually talking to the people. And why? Why would you have fake jobs? I'm reading from The Every Girl, which is a great little blog that sort of goes through a couple of these things and talks about sort of life in general. It's one of my favorite articles on ghost jobs. There's a couple of good videos, but I wanted to sort of mention, because they go through the nice version of it, and then I want to talk about what I consider to be the shit version of this. You might be wondering, why would recruiters waste their time posting ghost jobs? It's a great question. It is a great question. That has an annoyingly understandable answer. According to Goft, the HR person, companies do it for a number of reasons. First, ghost jobs allow them to gauge talent market and build a pipeline of candidates, which helps them fill future roles or replace a current employee. This is actually the primary reason. Like I hit up a bunch of people in AR, like HR, I know, like what the fuck is this real? Like, no, this is what you do. And you, as a recruiter, even if you aren't part of a company, you post fake jobs for other companies. You can do this, by the way, which is fucking insane. And then you get those applications, those scam applications effectively. But then you have those applications, those people, as heads that you can hunt when some employer comes to you and says they need something. So you have this sort of pre-filling of jobs that don't exist, or an understanding of the job market. Oh, there's a lot of people who want this gig. Good, we can pay less for it. Or, oh shit, there's not a lot of people for this. This is a long lead. They do this to practice. This also has a second thing. They give the illusion that the company's growing. This is an internal morale thing, right? And external funding thing. If you have 20 jobs on your company and you have 4 employees, but you have 20 jobs, you are explosively growing. And so when investors go look at, oh, look at how much they're growing. They need capital. They're aggressive. They're this. This would be one of the ways in order to push and set up all of these things. And last, it helps them assess the effectiveness of job descriptions. This is A/B testing. I don't believe this one. This one, everyone else I talked to was like, not really a thing. But there's other more insidious ones that she doesn't quite get into here. And it's worth noticing, just as a thing, there is a ghost job list of companies that do this. Guilty of posting, this is collated by a handful of people. These are the ones confirmed under the Reddit. What they do and how they set up and how they do this, these guys are trying to track, but they can't because it kind of ends with them. So what is the thing that's happening? What are the other things that are sort of driving this? And there's a couple really insidious versions of this, I think would be the only way I'd probably be able to describe any of this. The first is internally, if they already know who they're going to hire. And often recruiters do. Recruiters will know a person, they've met a person, they've got resumes, they've got set up. They don't want their job to seem easy. So ghost jobs exist to keep HR companies and HR setups and third parties, mostly third parties, by the way, because a lot of HR these days is outsourced. So they can go, here's all the people we had to go through. Even if the first person that they went to, they decided to hire for the job or ended up getting the job, they can have and keep up these things for a month or 2 months and say, here are all the applications we got for that. Look at all the work we had to do, even though they're automatic no's. So this internal organization that's required, the internal production of these things, absolutely has a drastic effect. The second sort of thing with this is the H-1B visa programs. This is why you see this a lot in tech. It's why I've been running into it, is when you have jobs that go out there, these setups ultimately have jobs that are posted ultimately to fill with an H-1B visa applicant. The H-1B visa applicant will make only 60% of the average, but then they post the job online for legally required amounts of time. So they, again, reverse the process. They'll get the applicant, they'll find the person, they'll get the thing, but they need X amount of time. So they just put it up and they just collect all of those resumes and ignore all of the applications ultimately. That setup is reversed as well. And then on top of it, a lot of these larger companies, and I won't name who agreed with me on this because I was curious, because I was like, I had to ask because it's the Trumpian thing. What about DEI stuff? Internally to the companies, that's actually a thing. It's actually a thing because they have to have a certain ratio of internally. Hey, did you review these people? This is our policy. Did you review these number of applicants? They want to make sure that they got to a large enough group. And so when you hire person X up front and you let it sit, you just wait until the numbers, because you check that box. What race you are, disabled veteran, any of those things. You check the box. So it's not that they're hiring people based on DEI. It's that they're actually doing the opposite. They're hiring whoever the fuck they want. And then to get away with the claim of DEI, they're doing this awful thing of having these jobs live. I found this part really stunning to me. Because when we start talking about like what this setup is, how these things are kind of played with and how they sort of fuck with these things, you end up in a place where you're meeting compliance regulations, internal things. These are not government regulations of DEI. These are corporate structures so they can claim it. This is how, again, how capital overclaims everything. Oh yeah, we do a DEI. We take care of all of that. We care about all those things. They do not. They do not give a fuck at all. And here's where it starts getting wild, because when you start talking about, and this is from last year, legitimate companies are increasingly posting fake job listings, called ghost jobs. 4 in 10 companies posted fake job listings in 2024. By the way, the number's far higher this year. And 3 in 10 are advertising for a role that is not real. Ghost jobs, Joffrey Scott, senior content manager at Resume Genius. The company's not hiring for that role at this moment. They may be interested in the future. See, this guy's spinning his bullshit. Revelio Labs, this is the stat I wanted. A US-based workforce intelligence company found that the rate of hires per job posting had halved over the past 5 years. There were 8 hires for every 10 job postings in 2019. By 2024, that number dropped to 4. So for every job posting you see, there are only ever 4 hires. Consider that for just a moment and what that means overall. Because when we talk about job growth or how jobs are set up or how many jobs there are out there, all of these stats are used by politicians, are used by commentators, whatever it may be, and used by the companies themselves to talk about growth or these other things. It's all bullshit. It's completely fucking everything. The rise of ghost jobs, this was almost a year ago, is muddying the jobs report. It's making it harder for the Fed to make decisions and understand what the labor market actually looks like. Anecdotally, people will tell you it's tough out there. We've talked about the notion of unhirables. People who are out of work get laid off. You can't find a job because you can't buy an interview. So, what do? Because a lot of this is the companies putting out a ton of jobs. And how do you handle that? Well, fight fire with fire and make the world continually worse. Fake job seekers, ghost applicants. This is the article that spurred this, by the way. I was like, this is amazing. I have to talk about this. Tech companies are apparently being flooded with fake people to hire for fake jobs that probably don't exist. This is CNBC. I'm not making this up. This is a CNBC fucking article, just so you know I'm not making this up. Companies are facing a new threat. Job seekers who aren't who they say they are, using AI tools to fabricate photo IDs, generate employment histories, and provide answers during interviews. I watched a great video. A guy posted, it was, I don't know if anyone else saw it, but in India, this is actually something that's been going on for like a decade, where what they do is they have, because people don't speak passing English and they're trying to apply for remotely a job answering phones. And so what they do is they have a shitty webcam connection and they have a friend in the room who does speak English, or a person at a firm that does this and is paid for this. And they funnel people basically on camera and they mouth, and the other guy talks like Cyrano de Bergerac of job seeking. This has been going on for a while. There's great videos where they're like, where it's very obvious. But with AI generated profiles now on LinkedIn, this isn't just on the other side, right? Like we have AI on the other side going, no. Once hired, this imposter can install malware to demand ransom from a company. On top of all of this, you're completely fucked. 1 in 4 job candidates is fake. 6 in 10 jobs are fake. So yes, Wig, this is, Zizek does a bit where he says his ideal sexual relationship is that he will bring a fleshlight, his partner will bring a dildo, and they will insert the 2 sex toys, and then they can, while sex is being had, they can actually have a nice relaxing evening. This is that. Fake jobs, having fake job seekers apply to them. When voice authentication startup Pindrop Security posted a recent job opening, one candidate stood out from hundreds of others. The applicant, a Russian coder named Ivan, seemed to have all the right qualifications for senior engineering role. When he was interviewed over video last month, however, Pindrop's recruiter noticed that Ivan's facial expressions were slightly out of sync with his words. That's because the candidate, whom the Ferd has since dubbed Ivan X, was a scammer using deepfake software and other generative AI tools in a bid to get hired by a tech company. Gen AI has blurred the line between what it is to be human and what it means to be a machine. What we're seeing is that individuals are using fake identities, fake faces, and fake voices to secure employment, even sometimes going so far as to do a face swap with another individual who shows up for the job. Companies have long fought off attacks from hackers hoping to exploit vulnerabilities in their software, employees, or vendors. Now another threat has emerged. Job candidates who aren't who they say they are, wielding AI tools to fabricate photo IDs, generate employment histories, and provide answers during interviews. The rise of AI-generated profiles means that by 2028, globally, 1 in 4 job candidates will be fake, according to research advisory firm Gartner. Gartner's always wrong, so it's probably not this bad, but still. The risk to a company from bringing on, Gartner said that VR would be within 3 years a multi-billion-dollar industry in like 2017. Like, come on. CEO of BrightHire says he first heard of the issue a year ago. Number of fraudulent job candidates ramped up massively this year. His company helps more than 300 corporate clients in finance, tech, and healthcare assess prospective employees. This is a third-party HR. Remember I told you about that just a second ago? Humans are generally the weak link in cybersecurity. The hiring process is inherently human process with a lot of handoffs and a lot of different people involved. It's become a weak point folks are trying to expose. But the issue is not just the tech industry. More than 300 U.S. firms inadvertently hired imposters with ties to North Korea for IT work, including a major television network, a defense manufacturer, an automaker, and other Fortune 500 companies, the Justice Department alleged in May. The workers used stolen American identities to apply for remote jobs, deployed remote networks and other techniques to mask their true locations. That case, involving a ring of alleged enablers, including an American citizen, exposed a small part of what U.S. authorities have said is a sprawling overseas network of thousands of IT workers with North Korean ties. DOJ has since filed cases involving North Korean IT workers. Shocking. Shocking. DPRK, it works. Sorry, DPRK IT workers. That's a... Wow. Let's be fair. All these guys look like IT workers. Like there's the collars. And you take a look at the way that the collars are set up. It's the receding hairlines. I've seen IT. Look at this. Wanted by the FBI, DPRK. Amazing. I find this fascinating. And again, when you admit things like this, the cybersecurity firm KnowB4 said in October it inadvertently hired a North Korean software engineer. That your company is still around is a testament to how stupid our fucking world is. Like, imagine putting this on your blog. Hello, we would love for you to give us money to handle all of your digital cybersecurity. Here's how we got fucked by a guy who wasn't who he said he is because we suck at our job. I find it fascinating. He conducted 4 video interview conference video interviews based on interviews on separate occasions, confirming the individual matched the photo provided on the application. Additionally, a background check and all other standard pre-hiring checks were performed and came back clear due to using stolen identities. This was a real person using a valid but stolen US-based identity. The picture was AI enhanced. It's amazing. So here's where we're at. Like, this is actually the setup where we're at. We have fake jobs being posted. 4 in 10 jobs on LinkedIn are probably real. The rest are not. These are local. The moment you go to remote, look at all these fucking terrible, like, and none of these are. Relocation to Kuwait. Oh my God. I'm on top of that. I'm not on top of that. For those who've heard my Dubai screed, I will not be returning to the Middle East soon. CEO entrepreneur through acquisition. I love these. It's a global firm headquartered in Switzerland that solves succession challenges faced by small to medium-sized enterprises through our operator-led search fund program. It's looking for motivated, talented, aspirational mid-career professionals with the ambition to partner to search, acquire, and lead small or medium-sized enterprises as CEO. There's a ton of these. Most of these jobs are like this. I'm completely fucked on a job search. And I don't think anyone's necessarily in a great position. But this is like main marketing shit. This is like garbage in that front. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. And I probably won't add you. If you people add me on LinkedIn, I'm not going to be adding you. I have to know people to actually add them. So enjoy that. It's an extraordinary time to exist and to sort of watch all of this stuff happen, isn't it? I find it extraordinary. If you like, generally speaking, what we do here at In the Fold, you don't have to. It's fine. If you happen to like what we do, what the fuck? Why is this all broken? Why I hate Death Stranding. Boop. If you like what we do, donation link is in the chat. It is, of course, appreciated, but of course, with Sunday in the position he's in, and his ill health. Only subscriptions. Only subscriptions will be able to help pull him out of this spiral. And we are only a few away. And I know you people don't want him to. I know you care. We're 13 away from 1,000. It would be just appreciated. Like and ring the bell as well. All that fun, stupid, dumb shit. Now, is this time slot permanent? It's because Sunday asked me to do it earlier today and then fucking chickened out after I'd already, and got sick. He's sick. He's actually not feeling great. He's actually really ill. But he was like, hey, why don't we do early tomorrow? I've got stuff to do all day. And he's got other things that are going to be tearing him apart. So again, my goal is to give him some shit, not to give him too much shit. I don't want to actually be a dick about any of this stuff. But that's kind of it. This is not permanent by any stretch. Don't get too excited. I don't want to be overlapping with other things in the morning because I've got life. I've got a real job. Well, in theory. So no, it's a Sunday, or maybe it's a fake ghost Sunday. See, that's what's happening here probably. All right. Oh, a great slot for Swedish time zoners. It would be a good slot for Swedes. But you don't care. In a month, you're going to have day sun, and then you have night sun in a month after that. And then this fall, we might switch back. You don't care for the summer. None of you people do anything in Sweden during the summer. We're already coming up on you people not doing anything anyway. As requested, let's talk about a little game. So, this the video game talk, nerd talk. Sorry, this is straight up going to be just nerd talk, and you're just going to have to kind of deal with it. Most of you are probably perfectly fine with that. It's not a gigantic problem. I'm just going to have stuff that sort of just plays in the background while we talk about this thing because we're not going to listen to him. No one's wanting to, but it's going to be easier if I can actually just talk about stuff that's happening in a game. So, Death Stranding. There are... Fuck off, Brooks, I hate winter. I know. Every Swede does. I understand that. And having spent Christmas there twice, in Stockholm, I know why. But you do have really good Christmas fairs. Stockholm Christmas Fair was awesome. To be fair, it was good for day drinking too, to be very frank. Sure Shot wants to join me for this? No. Maybe. If we get to the 1,000 subs, I will bring Sure Shot on to argue with me, I have a feeling. But when we talk about games, one of the great challenges for games is that they are a very complicated form of interactivity and art and experience. It's one of the things that makes generally talking about them openly very difficult. When I say I don't like a game, it isn't that there is any one point. It's not quite the same as even a film. I don't like a movie. I didn't like a book. Still difficult. Why didn't you like it? Well, I didn't like the way it was written. Game of Thrones is a good example of this. I hate George R.R.'s writing. I hate it. I can't do it. It sucks. It's awful. However, the stories are not bad. They're actually quite good and interesting, and the characters are interesting. But the writing, like literal grammar and how he writes, I find tedious and awful. So if that's how complex a book is to talk about, if that's how complex the books are to talk about, imagine a video game where there are just a multitude of things happening. And for a lot of people, when they start talking about games, they talk about story. I don't believe story is a thing to discuss as part of a game. I have reasons for this. When we talk about games, we're talking about mechanics. We're talking about the actual experience of playing it, not after the fact, the story that went through it. The same way that you describe a story of going through your day. What's the story of you going to the shop today? The story of your morning, story of your breakfast. These are things where you're re-summarizing, but no one experiences the story of any of these games. What you're experiencing is narration as a device. You're experiencing the placement of camera. You're experiencing all these things. Story is a transcendent quality to art as a thing. Books don't have stories. Books have words. Story is a transcendent thing. Yeah, this argument again. Death Stranding is, I think, one of the very, very interesting versions of this, because through it, we can actually see all of the different parts of what make a video game play out, how they work, how they come together, and how that combination can either resonate or not with people. Singular aspects. When you talk to people, generally speaking, it is in literally the interface you're seeing right now. The speaking to people is in cutscenes 100% of the time, and it is a back and forth, boom, 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 as stuff happens, ultimately yielding, go to point A or thank you for thing. That's it. The writing as a thing is empty. It is a signification of the larger bit. And everyone knows this because most people skip most dialogue in it. But that's just one aspect of parts. The overarching elements of what the story of the entire thing is, we can talk about. I don't think it's a very big high point. The game elements of what we're talking about are movement. And what they did, and it's really what makes the game fascinating, I think in multiple ways, and I'm really interested to see what they do with the next one, specifically with this, is systematized movement. Kojima's thing has always been systems. Every one of his games is about building systems that allow secondary or odd emergent behaviors as a thing. This is Kojima's like jam. If you look through any of his games, it's about odd emergence or how these game mechanics can play together. If you haven't played, this is spoiler-tastic moments. Metal Gear Solid 1 actually broke the fourth wall, and my favorite breaking of the fourth wall, by having Psycho Mantis, who's one of the bad guys in it, able to 100% know what you were doing if you used your controller in port 1, because it made the actual console and controller you were using part of the mechanics of the game. And if you plugged into port 2, he had no idea what you were doing and you could kill him. Fucking wild. How did it signify this? Well, it did it through clues and other elements. This thing, this mechanic, is playing with the rest of it. However, that's it. There's nothing else in the game that takes advantage of this. There's actually no other moments in, I think, any of the Metal Gear games that do this. These are singular, cute ideas that are themselves systemic that are not implemented elsewhere. Another example of this is the end in Metal Gear Solid 3. Another one of my favorite sort of clever ideas, but it is only clever, where the end, who's an old man who's a sniper, very difficult to take down. You can just simply let the game run, or fast forward it via dates which is what most people did. Fast forward it by dates in your system settings. So he dies of old age. Well, he's waiting to kill you during the fight. Clever. System. It's a system. It doesn't do anything else at all. That's it. It's the only time that mechanic's used. The rest of the world actually doesn't change. You could fast forward however long you want. He dies, but nothing else in the world shifts. In fact, food you have in your pockets doesn't rot. Time is irrelevant otherwise. But it's clever. This thing that happens, this is kind of, to me, Kojima's hallmark, where there's a clever thing that is itself an interesting system that never goes beyond that. So we have these competing sides, systems that he builds out, security systems, stealth systems, all kinds of things throughout all of the games. Metal Gear Solid 5 had some phenomenal systems of, when you headshot everyone, the enemy starts putting on helmets. Depending on how you kill, if you come in stealth at night, they wear more night vision goggles. Like, they're reactive to what you're doing. That stuff's clever, but these are light touches. And then he has extreme spikes of cleverness that are actually not systemic at all. It's gimmick and system. And all of this effort, to me, we lost gimmick, which is maybe the only thing I actually found that was really interesting, it turns out. And all of the systems went into movement. Movement, balance, stepping, how you step, where you step. But it didn't fulfill its own promise because it was done in a way that was visually cynical. Metal Gear Solid 5. I made a joke once, and anyone who's beaten it can kind of know what I'm talking about. There comes a point where actually you can play that game effectively just using the mini-map. You really can. You can play that game just using the mini-map. Right? I mean, if you think I'm wrong, you're free to sort of go on about it. But all of the systems, all the stuff, all the notification, alarms, everything, you can play cynically. It's intended that you're playing it imminently, holding the controller, moving the thing around, immersed in the 3D world, but you don't need that. With Death Stranding, the movement system, you can play like he's playing here, where you're kind of watching and keeping an eye on, oh, there's this. I want to kind of watch for these higher points because I don't want to stumble. I want to, you think through this. But you can also add dots to the entire world very, very easily. And that gives you the understanding of exactly how the systems work to a painful degree, where you just simply get to go. And if you watch people who like play this game a lot, or even people who just generally are the mentality of speedrunners, they leave those dots on because it's easy to know what your max is. It's easy to see the numbers, and it's easy to sort of suss out the setup. But this isn't what systems are meant to be. Systems, like Kojima has always done them, get limited here, where they're not really as deep as people think. They do that thing, but that's kind of as deep as they go. And then they spike with gimmicks. And this trick, well, I think works nicely. And I again, appreciate deeply the idea of going super deep into like movement and step mechanics and how he's balanced and how these things work together. The other side of it is there's actually not a significant amount of control over how you move. There's not a significant amount of control about how you deal with that. And it becomes kind of a deeply cynical, simplified version of itself over time. And this is where I find my frustration over all of it growing. It is, yes, Shai Hulud, exactly. It is an amazing masterpiece of coding and design thought and complexity, but it's also only kind of that deep. And the stuff that's most interesting, it didn't do anything with. Not that I found to be fascinating. My favorite part of Metal Gear Solid 5 was invading other people and fighting on behalf of nuclear proliferation, actually, which you could do. Metal Gear Solid 5 had this crazy meta multiplayer shit about nuclear weapons and all of that was really interesting to take part in. But again, never really went super far. It was just kind of like asymmetrical offline raids of someone's base with shitty AI. And this kind of that too. Hey, isn't it cool that you can see other people's stuff? No, like it is, but to what end? Oh, cool. There's a bridge there now. Oh, cool. There's this there now. Oh, cool. This guy did this here now. But to what end? Where does it take us? Where do we grow that is emergent, that is beyond what is the limitation of design? And this is the challenge with, to me, almost all of Kojima's games. They all have the potential for emergence, where actual game-breaking things can happen. And some people have found some of them. But the challenge becomes that in the games themselves, they never really allow the player to go beyond a very, very particular box that they're placed inside of. It's frustrating to me. I find it, that limit stifling and deeply unsatisfactory. So I'll play like I did with this. It's fucking 15 hours, 15, 17 hours. And it was kind of the same thing again, over and over and over. And that's fine for some people. Again, everyone's got their own thing. But that stifling, I never found a way to get interested in the systems overall. And it just was tired. It was tiring. And it's tough. And so you end up in a place where, how do you talk about these things? Well, you talk about them like Kojima's brilliant because he is. He's doing things that are odd and different and pushing things that we wouldn't have otherwise. But then he gets Death Stranding. And this is why my vitriol for Death Stranding is particular. Every other game he's ever made, he has been very open about. And I think at this point, we very much know Konami and his relationship was fraught, we'll say. That battle forces you to be better at your job. That battle forces you to keep what you care about. Gene Wilder and Mel Brooks, when they were writing Young Frankenstein, which is a masterpiece of comedy, no matter what anyone thinks. No matter what anyone thinks, it's a masterpiece of comedy. You're wrong if you disagree. Gene Wilder helped Mel Brooks write this, by the way, if you didn't know. And Gene Wilder writes about it in his biography. It's an amazing sort of story they go on. And he talks about that they were writing the scene. He's like, what if when he reveals the monster, he does a tap dance act to putting on the Ritz? And Mel said no. Now, for those who've seen the film, it's the moment of the movie. It's one of the perfect things in that film. But Mel Brooks said no. And in response, Gene Wilder says, well, I think we really need to put it in. It works because of blah, 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 blah. Thing. And Mel said, I don't think so. And Gene got up. And Gene Wilder was not a powerful person, but he got upset. And he went, look, this has to be in here. This is one of the best ideas I've had. We need to put it in. And I went, okay. Just like that. Fucking like nothing. And Gene was confused. He was like, what are you talking about? He goes, well, I had to make sure you really wanted it in there. I had to make sure you really believed in it. That thing, that's the big deal. That's the big deal. And so, if you don't have that pressure, if you don't have that squeezing where you're actually being forced to put in the stuff that really matters, and you just are kind of open-ended, and he was for this, and he will be for the next, it's a difficult place because ultimately you kind of put in stuff that you kind of like, and you're not forced to refine it. You're not forced to have the pressure that turns coal into diamond. And creative projects necessitate that. They necessitate that. Pete himself says, isn't that the whole point of games in general? Make the box seem bigger than it is? Yes. And when you feel the box, you've failed. That's my point. And I think everyone who's played Death Stranding knows exactly the feeling of the box and the limitations of it. Portal 2 has a box, a very clear box, sort of. This is what we're talking about. But for every player who's played it, you get to points in Portal 2 where you're like, oh, fuck, I figured out something the developers didn't want. You feel that moment of like, I am so clever. And then you realize, oh, fuck, of course they meant this. It's part of the story. But you still have that moment. You feel it. It's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. That's good development. Portal 2 also has insane possibility space. The potential space of every little interaction in Portal is astronomical. It simply isn't in this game. It simply isn't. And at some point, you feel it. Now, you become efficient and you learn how to do things and be more efficient with stuff. I have no interest in playing games that are based on capitalism. And efficiency is the core of capitalism, not emergence, not growth, not exploration, not explosion. It's efficiency. Not my game. Everyone's got their own thing. But again, that's why I'm less of a fan of this. And the Fold says, I think something similar happened with George Lucas in the prequels. It's exactly the same thing. The first 3 Star Wars movies and everything that kind of came after was dictated by heavily critical market forces. This is why you get Dark Forces, for example, as a game, because, that was a risk and they had to make it great. They were forced to make it great. You could not fuck around with this. But George could do whatever he wanted. He was George Lucas. It's one of the challenges with the new Avatar films. John Landau, my old boss, passed, and John was very much absolutely a big enabler for Jim, but he and Jim and the people around him, they would have disagreements. And James Cameron, they would have disagreements, and he was open to it. If you had good reasons, he didn't give a fuck if you were disagreeing with him. He just wanted to make the best thing he could. But now John Landau has passed, and there's not really anyone in his inner circle to stop him. So he's got George Lucas disease. Kojima's got George Lucas disease. These things, and you can like the games. That's great. There's people who like the prequels. I'm not saying you shouldn't like any of it, but the challenge is that without outside pressure, you end up in a place where you're having a lot of fun with small things and you don't realize the possibility space or potential space that is sort of played with. And it's really depressing. And the more I played, the further in I got that it was clear that this was like very, very self-indulgent. And I think the further you get into the game, you can see that as you go on. I just don't, and again, I think self-indulgent, and again, you can like it. That's great, but ain't for me. It ain't for me. All right, let's see. A Sure Shot coming on. Did you guys boost us a little bit here? 6 away from, see, Sure Shot almost. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I don't know. It's just, people just don't want to hear from you, I guess, Sure Shot. It's sad, isn't it? It's very sad. It's very sad. So this is my challenge with this game. Now, if you want to talk about possibility space in games, we can go through this because it's one of the more extraordinary parts of it. Oh, all of Kojima's games are self-indulgent. Here's the thing. Self-indulgence is okay if it's in service and if the end experience is something I can enjoy. And again, yes, it's subjective. This is how art works. So Mandy, Panos Cosmatos, it's one of my favorite films. I was fortunate that when I was doing my big debut at Sundance, so was Panos with Mandy. So I got to get super fucking stoned and go to the premiere of Mandy, which was surreal. But that's a super self-indulgent film, like beyond self-indulgent. But it's so good and it's so smart. And there's so much in there because, again, he had singular vision, driving, pushing, trying to see how far he could take that medium. It worked in that case for me, not for everyone. Mandy is a unique film. But when you start talking about this kind of stuff, the first time I saw Conan show up, I was kind of like, oh, that wasn't it. It's hard for me to have a semi-aborted fetus on my chest in a world that's being destroyed as I carry around vials of my own piss and blood to kill ghosts of the dead that are suspended in an eternal purgatory and laugh at jokes. So why Brooks doesn't comment on Factorio? I had a Satisfactory server that I still have going.
Money,
I love Satisfactory.
Have you seen the game Dwarf Romantic? It's a fun idle landscape game. Everyone subscribe to In the Fold.
Dwarf Romantic, let me check how many hours I have in it, actually. Because the answer is yes. And I have 61 hours in it. It sits in the background a decent amount, but I've played a little bit of Dwarf Romantic. The board game is excellent as well, by the way. Buy it before it's $700. I also, by the way, Monster energy drinks being front and center, these are things that for me take me out of the core experience. It takes me out of the core experience. Cameos are not the big deal. Cameos that are self-aware are the big deal. And again, they make little jokes. Like someone mentioned earlier, Psycho Mantis showed up later in Metal Gear Solid and was like, oh my God, what's this controller? I've never seen it before. I find it. Oh my Lord. All right, Sure Shot. All right, sure shot. Let's see if we can get you in here. 1 second. Are you ready for me to voice call? Voice call me if you're ready, because we made it. We made it. I don't have a celebration video. Yay! Yay! Thank you all. We made it. Happy day, happy day, happy day. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. You've saved Sunday's life. You've saved Sunday's life. Do you know this? You've saved Sunday's life, and I thank you for that. I thank you. All right, let me bring Sure Shot on and slowly see if we can get him in here, actually. All right, you should be able to talk. You're not on stream quite yet, Sure Shot, so don't get too excited. Or I can't hear you if you're talking, I guess would be the other half of the thing that's happening here. Yeah, there's no audio from you, my friend. Oh no, Sure Shot. See,
how about now?
There you go. All right, now let me get you added. One second.
Congratulations.
Hey, we made it. I'm happy.
It's the scene from Evangelion. Everyone's clapping.
There we go. All
right. You did it, Shinji.
We did it. All right. Say hi to everyone, Sure Shot.
Hi, chat.
Excellent. Look at how wonderful it is to have you here, and everyone's very excited to be hearing from Sure Shot. I know he sounds normal. Everyone really expected, I think, something else from you.
Really? What was expected?
I don't know, but I will tell you that there is a precarity to this. If we drop below 1,000 subs, I'm going to kick you.
All right, so I'm in the dunk tank.
Just be aware. This is as temporary as it gets.
I better not flop. This is my chance.
All right, so you're here to argue that Death Stranding is one of the best games ever made, I guess.
I think I'm here to argue about how and why I enjoyed it. I think I mostly agree with your assessment of it, with the caveat that I do think that the multiplayer structures in the game
we just dropped below 1,000.
Affecting your
we actually did drop below 1,000 subs.
Are you serious? I'm not even gonna get to finish the sentence.
I didn't think that would happen. I'm sorry. There, we're back to 1,000. Okay. I was about to kick you as I was moving my mouse.
See, now you said that. Now they're just going to manipulate it. It's
like it's going to go back and forth.
The stock market right now. Yeah,
that's all it is. What a shit show. All right, dude, make your argument. Let's do it.
So I do think that the structures, the multiplayer structures, changing the single player experience in a way that's more substantial than, say, like the Souls games kind of tried to do it with, like, you see where people have died and maybe like certain things in the world change, but like this game, it really, the things that the players built and did really substantially changed how you played the game. Because I played it when it first came out, and then I came back to it because, like, I never finished it. This is my confession. I never completely finished it.
It's okay. Most people don't finish
because, right. I didn't care about like finishing the narrative that much or anything. But it's like, you can just watch. If you want to know the story, you can just watch videos or whatever. But I played it in the very beginning when it launched, and then I came back to it much later, and the contrast in what you could do in that game and how much more alive that it felt when thousands and thousands of other people were playing, and there are all these structures and emotes everywhere and all that stuff. You have the felt presence, not just changing how you play the game, but also the felt presence of other people and the theme of these invisible networks of people helping each other.
Mm-hmm. It's like Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Which had never come out before, so clearly very, very innovative.
Yeah, but I think it fundamentally changed the way that at least I played and enjoyed the game, and made it
again, it's
more than what it otherwise was.
Right. To a point, fair. What is it otherwise?
It pretty much devolved. If you pay attention, there are two ways that you can play the game, and I think that we kind of talked about this when we were talking about Cyberpunk a while ago, where it's like you either accept the roller coaster ride as it was designed for you, and you just kind of like play the game with blinders on, and you kind of have the experience of the game as it was demoed, when it was premiered at like E3 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or you pay attention, and most people are smart enough to like notice the cracks and whatnot, and you just find water flows into the cracks, so you just find the most efficient flow from point A to point B.
Yes.
And it just basically turns into
efficiency. Capitalism in the game.
Yeah. It's literally Amazon delivery of the game at that point. Yeah.
I mean, it is. It's again, it's the other half of, and I do shit on Kojima for it. I find his writing trite and characters terrible. I just like I find it awful. Again, Porter.
There's actually
Porter Bridges is the dude's name, and it's like, dude, come on.
Everything has to be a cliche. Everything has to be like a movie trope.
Bad and not good movie tropes. Not even like a send up or even like a commentary. It's just like doing the trope in almost a over the top fanboy way.
Mm-hmm. And I think that, and I remember watching a video, somebody did like a really long retrospective on Metal Gear Solid, but one of their main points was, I forget the writer's name, but there was a writer that collaborated really heavily with Kojima in Metal Gear Solid, and it was very apparent that the best writing in Metal Gear Solid came from that collaboration. It didn't come straight from Kojima.
No, definitely not. It's again, this is it's not far from we were doing the Nosferatu review, and I kept saying like, I don't want to act like Nosferatu wasn't well made. Like, it's the opposite. It's like stunning, the craftsmanship that goes into it. I would say the same of Death Stranding. The craftsmanship is genuinely fucking crazy. Like, it's amazing.
Do we agree in that we kind of hate the auteur idea of like creativity?
I think it varies. Generally speaking, I'm against the concept. I do think that there was a reality to that. I don't think it exists anymore. During the era of large capital injection, the idea of having an auteur that was a single voice was actually incredibly important to a lot of these projects. But most of those people have been sidelined or placed into positions where they're subservient in some way. Ken Levine, for example, BioShock, and everything that he's kind of been forced to do on since then and trying to figure out his own thing. He's been given a lot of leeway with his new company, and I'm praying his new game, which looks interesting, isn't just another rehash of BioShock, which it seems like it might be. The reality is that we can talk about the challenge you run into is that in those times, that person's name, David Fincher, and Fight Club would not have been made the way it was if it wasn't Fincher.
Mhm.
That's the thing. And so when you have these kinds of mental spaces and the way that these people want to do this stuff, and it's all the way through, like, I don't like anything Christopher Nolan's done. I don't. I think I kind of like Memento the first time.
He comes across extremely flat to me in everything that he does.
All of his films have like a weird reactionary undertone, or again, are trying to be over clever. And I just, it's not for me. But again, if you like his stuff, he is absolutely an auteur filmmaker who would not be able to make the films in the way he makes to without that.
Mm-hmm.
And so the challenge becomes for him, and with auteur directors and people in general, how do they maintain that political cachet that gives them the power to do whatever they want? James Cameron was able to make Avatar and Titanic because he's James Cameron. Like, that happened. That's because of him as a person. Those types of relationships are gone. I don't think James Cameron is even James Cameron anymore. James Wan isn't James Wan anymore. Like, the idea of the singular person, I think, has been going away. Kojima's a relic of this past. The indie filmmaker scene, indie game scene has it to some extent, but the vast majority of it, I think, has been sort of fallen behind. Someone mentions Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium that's a one-time lightning in a bottle, but I would not say auteur. There's no person who kind of did that, as much as Zaum would probably want to argue otherwise at this point.
That was a lot of situational stuff coming together at the right moment.
That's lightning in a bottle moment. When we talk about auteur directors, we're talking about someone like a Fincher, like a Kojima, like a James Cameron,
Kubrick,
like a George Lucas, like a Kubrick, like a Ken Levine, for example, or David Jaffe was one for some time. Corey Barlog, who's the new God of War director. I don't think he even has that status, and I think his games are exceptional. Like, these things are kind of in a different place than they used to be because they are necessarily hyper-distributed products that are being built explicitly as products, and the number of people who works on them is in the thousands, not the 50s. And once you start having teams of that size, auteur directing can't be a thing. Auteur creating can't be a thing. It just doesn't work anymore.
And even to the extent that it did exist, like say with Stanley Kubrick, if you look into how his movies were made, and a lot of really like important decisions, like important scenes and dialogue and stuff came about because he was collaborating with somebody. And somebody
to a point, but you also have to remember Capitol treated everything different back then because his films could turn very large profits. So again, think about
very little investment. Yeah.
Yeah. And
that was one of his big bragging points that he had.
But if you think about now, like the idea that a Kubrick film now would be a blockbuster when we have Minecraft the movie being the number one opening film of all time, like, are you ready for that?
It's about marketability now.
Yeah. It's that thing.
It's product tie-ins and all that shit.
Yeah. It's really difficult. And so the challenge becomes, and again, this is why it's hard when we talk about, and Gamergate was like, video games don't have to be, everything's fucking political because the nature of the economics of it is involved directly with the political system. There is no extricating these things outside of it. So when we talk about how these issues are going to come about, how these tariffs affect things, how the nature of hiring, H-1B visas, all of this stuff, they impact game making so drastically it's hard to even talk about any way that's not immediately obvious. So when we talk about any of these things, the impact is massive. And it hits these industries, again, where is capital going? It's going to small productions. There's no more AA, and AAA changed what it means. You're talking about like Grand Theft Auto 6 might be $1 billion game. Like a multi-billion dollar game for development.
Easily, yeah.
Which is like, what the fuck? But no one is like, wow, they'll never make that back. We know they probably will. Because they're leaning heavily into Grand Theft Auto Online, which prints fucking money for them and is deeply predatory and super fucked up. And so when we start talking about how these things are done and the realities of them, this is the range we have to talk about. It's the small game made by one guy that sells 1 million units on Steam because it's a fucking hot thing among streamers for 2 weeks, and then that guy's never able to release anything again, and he's gonna leave the games industry. This is incredible.
Balatro, maybe.
I mean, I'd say Balatro. Pick a game, like this is Lucas Pope. His games are great. This is not a commentary on quality, but Papers, Please was a outsized hit. And his other games, which phenomenal work, but they're not selling at those numbers, aren't even close. And so the way that these things work and the way that they matter is as a number thing.
The other critical thing is that they need you to keep playing the game. So it's all about like online services, ongoing.
Well, and this is where you get into that chase is when you take something like Obra Dinn, which Lucas Pope's detective game. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to call it
Deduction
a detective
game or whatever.
Yeah, it's a logic game, but it's what a good wrapper and also beautiful. But that thing is single player, made by a couple people. He was able to put it out. The support that game needs lifetime or even just on release day is effectively zero. He had to do marketing and things like that, but maybe keeping a website live. But let's say I want to make a multiplayer game in Unreal Engine or Unity. If I do that, the cost per user that exists for me from day one is exorbitant. It's actually almost impossible to sort of actually just talk about, hey, we just have users. This is why games shut down. Having servers ready to go, having the backend for the entirety of that multiplayer thing, which is a login system, a profile system, a licensing system, everything that goes along with like you having an account for a game as a thing, which you need to have. All of that costs, 10, 20 cents a month at minimum. And then you've got server costs on top of that, unless you're doing peer-to-peer, which no one wants to fucking do. So how are you doing these things? How are you considering
and then a lot of ongoing extra development support.
A lot of it.
And
a lot.
This is why, like, whenever I see a game that's announced or like on the horizon that promises to be like, oh, this is going to be this epic multiplayer experience or whatever, and it's not backed by like a AAA studio, I'm like, that game's going to be dead in a week.
It's dead in a week, and you're fucked because it didn't used to be this way. It really didn't. Indie games, some of the better multiplayer games came out of small studios that were just trying to survive because it was a different mental space. But there's so many middleware people, so many people taking percentages or monthly cuts or costs on top of the fact that most companies don't have their own servers. Once upon a time, you had servers in your back room. Now it's all AWS or the like find a fucking data center that's got it somewhere. And they're expensive, even at the cheapest. And there's people trying to fit, but suddenly you have these ongoing costs. And in order to justify that, you need to make ongoing money because a single person buying your game is not going to make you profit. If I make $7 profit on COGS, I sell a game to you for $10, I make $7 at the end of the day on Steam. And we have dedicated servers. That money is gone in 12 months if you play the game regularly. Basically, if I'm successful and you like my game, I'm dead. Like that's, which is
right.
Success becomes failure by definition. And so you end up in a really, again, backwards, upside down industry, which we're constantly in, but I think is kind of lately has been worse than it's been for a very, very long time, where you know this up front. So you introduce season passes, purchases, other things that you can model out because you know how they do it and where the money goes.
Yeah.
And you end up
get
with
people to buy the rest of the game up front.
Well, you end up with Monopoly Go.
Yeah.
Like Monopoly Go is easily the most profitable game that there is, I think.
It's
I want to say that I think pretty
it's
safely.
Just taken to like the level of capitalist absurdity par excellence.
Well, it's
embodied in game design, if you could even call it a game.
I think it's the limits of what can be called a game because primarily you don't play it.
Right. You press go.
You tap a spot and the game plays for you, and everything else is very random. It's 100%. So I have this thing I've been trying to teach my son, because he's a kid and every kid sees ads for these things. And I want him to understand the difference between doing something or being told you're doing something. Because again, what's the story? Well, the story is the lie. What's the story of the game? It's the lie. Because in Monopoly, if you sit down a 7-year-old and you say, what happened here? He'll go, oh my God, you just kicked that guy out of your stuff. Oh my God, you're going to the railroad. You went to the railroad station. You're going to rob this guy's bank. Oh, you robbed your bank. Look, you did it. You got all the, that's because this is the visual story that's being told. Right. And when I ask, so what did I do? He'll go, you robbed from these people. You took a bank. The story's the mechanic to him. And that's how they lie to you, because there is no mechanic here. This is 100% not that. All it is the same game over and over with slightly different visuals. And you tap a button, and if you haven't played it, I'll just tell you, you can see it, it's right here. You roll dice, and you get money when you roll, and then with that money, you upgrade the spaces. Once you've upgraded all the spaces on the board, you go to the next board, and you do it again. And they all have different visual styles, and you just repeat and repeat. And every time the board gets more expensive, but you also make more money with every roll, over and over and over and over. But you don't do anything. You tap that center button, the tap to stop, the green button right here that you're seeing. That is, it's on auto roll. So he's holding it down and it goes away. That's it.
I'm curious what you think. I'm curious what you think about like a game that has like a kind of a structural similarity to that, where it's like you're pretty much just pressing W throughout the game and things are happening, but there's a
lot of those.
But there is
like mouthwash.
Yeah, right. I remember that game.
I found it deeply unsatisfying in exactly the same way. Diablo is the same game. Path of Exile is the same thing. Now, there are varieties in this game, and you can efficientize yourself down to just incredible details. But again, what are you doing? You're doing the same thing. The numbers seem bigger, and they're telling you you're more advanced, but you're doing the same thing. It's I have it timed out. I've got a.
So really, the best thing that could ever be achieved by a game like this would just be like, oh, it told a nice story. That's pretty much.
Well, depends on best from what perspective, because most people play this and it has enough information to keep their attention. I used to jokingly say that Pokemon was the least interactive a game could be and still keep your attention. And I was wrong. It turns out there are depths and bottoms to that. But for most people, there's stuff happening. It seems exciting. They tell themselves, because the story says that they did these things. They place that into their position. That's the symbolic representational space, but they don't think about what they actually did. What did I do? What actually happened? Like, what are the machinic indices of what's going on? And the answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. It's the same thing. You're seeing the same thing over and over.
So the example that I was thinking of was Dear Esther, where it's like you just have pressing W, but then all around you there's like this, beautifully crafted, somber environment and very painstakingly written dialogue and whatnot. But what do you get out of it, I guess, is what I'm asking. Is there anything to get out of it?
This is where you start talking about the closest. When we talk about games versus movies, a lot of people have a very particular, they presume them far apart. I don't believe they are. I think films are just as interactive as games in all the ways that they are, just like Dear Esther is. But there's a difference in the level of artistry or possibility space that the player has in all of these. This would be true of a lot of art. Like you see a painting on a wall. A painting is not just you seeing a painting. It's not passive. I fucking have always hated this. What it is it's your eyes are moving around it the way they do based on reactions, based on who you are and your life experience, moving around the canvas based on what's on the canvas. This is an interactive experience that's unfolding as you do the thing. The same is true of film. in every single way. This is why people can see movies and not notice things or have different experiences overall. Games are not drastically different. So on this continuum, I don't separate these things out. So to me, it leans more towards maybe what a movie is, not really my interest. For me, Dear Esther worked because the newness of what it was by pressing W, moving forward, looking around, doing that thing, this hadn't been done. And because of that, it created a discursive sort of moment in time where people went, oh, this was really interesting. People expected more, but by delivering what they did, it was interesting itself. I think as it is now, with the number of walking simulators that exist, or the way that this has been sort of turned into its own semi-industry, I think the game's far less interesting today than it used to be. Mm-hmm. But again, this is the Seinfeld argument. Seinfeld's not interesting to people today because what Seinfeld did changed how everyone did everything, so everyone does everything like Seinfeld now. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that a satisfying answer? I hope a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's just abundantly clear that it's exceedingly difficult to actually create anything new.
Very difficult. Well,
not just because
everything is always
art,
new. Everything's always new. It's a question of whether or not you're choosing to be derivative or choosing to see it as such.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Mark Fisher. This is one of the things I hate about Mark Fisher. He's got the line where it's like, hey, there'll never be a new kind of music. All music is just derivative of other genres. There's no new genres of music, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, if you want to go through that process where you're going
it almost sounds like Destiny saying that like all music is based on Western music theory or whatever.
It's not far from that. And it's the same kind of silliness because the reality is like every genre, you can call them subgenres, but you're kind of burying the lead when you do that. You're creating the conditions for the argument. But the reality is something like Death Grips gets put into hip hop on Spotify. You are free to tell me, like, everyone who likes Death Grips is like, what section of the store is their LP in? Like literally every time, like, and no store is the same. Like Amoeba Music, they put it in like 3 different places. I think the last time I was there, because people look for it in different places because that doesn't work like that. Fit. That's not how this works. Clowncore? What's clowncore?
I mean, imagine listening to Snoop Dogg and you're jamming out, and then all of a sudden Death Grips come on and you never heard them before.
And it may be great, but they're not. This is their hip hop. I could argue that they are, but they're new. They're new. That's what it is. And there's all of these things are new, even if they're biting on the old, even if they're doing something, because ultimately that's what they're doing is they're playing with a brand new multiplicity or organization of all the different parts of a thing. It's always new. The question is, right, for me, what is the thing that it's making? What is the machinery of it doing? Something like Monopoly Go, as an example, it's not helping. It ain't. All it does is exist to stop people from doing things, feel like they did things, and give money to a company. That's all it does. And I don't mean like in a cynical way, like, oh, but Brooks, all commodities do that. No, no, not like this. If you buy, I bought this terrible Twinkies fucking coffee. If you missed it, I took a sip earlier. Not doing that.
Oh yeah. It looked awful.
That there are people that will get satisfaction from that.
What the fuck is that color, by the way? What dye is that? Just the filter on your stream?
It's kind of the filter. We'll switch back 1 second.
Looks like orange.
1 sec. I mean, it kind of, when I turn it off, you're gonna be like, it's not drastically different. Come on, focus, you stupid camera. Right. Why are you not able to focus?
Yeah, that's far more normal, but it's still like, I don't know, like a pale orange.
There you go.
Ish. Yeah.
Twinkies.
Yeah, that looks very. Did you see in chat I mentioned the existence of Sour Patch Kids cereal?
It's not very good.
I saw it in the store one day and I had to get it. I had to try it.
But my point is,
as good as you would expect.
someone will buy this and they get things out of it. And and what it's doing, again, is not great. And the people who are behind it are not trying to do anything interesting or even, spur something new. But musicians, they're trying to build something new. They want to create something. Someone like, I've been really big into Knower, Lewis Cole, Genevieve Artadi. I'm big into that very small group of music for a little while now. And they're all playing with jazz and blues and how these things sort of interplay in what they do. I appreciate the shit out of this. I really do. They're doing something that I think is creating emotional vibes in a lot of people. That, even if it's completely cynical, is at least producing ripple effects onward. There are people who are going to listen to it and feel something from it. Monopoly Go does none of that. Death Grips, much more. It really breaks, I think, what a lot of people expect. These things, what the thing does in the world and how it sort of interacts, that's far more interesting for me. Death Stranding, I'm just glad to know there's independent games being made. This is why I'm not saying don't buy it. I do not like this game for various reasons. I appreciate the shit out of a lot of the game. And this is why it's less exciting to hear me talk about this stuff, because I don't believe in hating art. I don't believe that there's not like a transcendent like reality of what art is.
Like this is bad art.
Yeah, I don't believe in any of that shit. So it's a lot less exciting for people when I start saying, well, yeah, no, I kind of agree with you. And that's great. This hits you. When you talk about the multiplayer thing, I made the joke of Animal Crossing. I only kind of meant it as a joke because it is derivative of that. And it's derivative of Journey, for example, or Sky. The creator of Journey made this other game called Sky that plays into the same kind of thing of other people in asymmetric ways that they touch into their games, which has been around for long before even Dark Souls. These are mechanics that are being picked up and pushed into different places. And I love that. Playing with mechanics in new ways. New is what matters. Building new. Pushing people to find new. These are the things where I find the most interest. Something like a Diablo, a Path of Exile, and others, the repetitive gameplay that ultimately is about churn and circling the same exact behavior patterns and teaching you to do the same behavior patterns over and over, far less interesting. Yeah. Far less interesting.
This kind of makes me kind of rethink how I grew up with games, because when I was a kid, obviously there's like all this like media marketing around video games, and like all your friends have all these consoles and everybody plays and talks about the same game and everything. My parents, the only console I ever got was an N64. And then later on, I got an Xbox One, and that was like the original Xbox, and that was it. And we had a PC, but it was like a Gateway Pentium 2 computer that we had for like the longest time. And so like I didn't get to go with the crowd when it like came to video games and my friends and stuff. And it basically forced me to like scrounge for what was playable and sort of like scavenge for video games in a way. So like my mom would take me to EB Games. Remember EB Games? And I didn't really have internet access, or if I did, like I only knew about things like third hand. Like I didn't have access to like that direct interface with like gaming media and stuff. So like I didn't really know like what was popular or what was like hot or whatever. So I would go into EB Games and I would just look at the boxes and I would literally judge like, oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Like this looks like, damn, that character looks badass. I really want to try this or whatever. And
you'd be amazed.
Got me.
The stories I have. So The Force Unleashed 2 is one of my favorite stories of this because, like the head of marketing at Lucas was just like, I guess we're putting lipstick on a pig again, which was a phrase he used. And it was really fun to sort of talk about how box art used to get done, how the back of box used to get done. I used to write a lot of that copy for Lucas. The guys, Steve and Hez, did a lot of the box art for Lucas. Incredibly talented artists. And how it came about, and it was always a really amazing process because, again, doing what you're doing, your job is to create the box art. Your job is to create the website. It was a long nightmare of a story. And we'd sit there and be like, and Steve would be like, okay, I think we've got 2 lightsabers. That's what we're doing this time. So maybe I can be holding them like this. And so I'm sitting there, I'm taking photos of Steve standing like this. And then like literally that became the box art, is like him standing, but it's Steve. Mm-hmm. But then we, put Sam on top of it.
Transpose, yeah.
And it was just like this really fun process. And all that's gone. Like, again, the process in all of this, as much as I know capitalism's always been cynical to a point, the people who love what they do, and a lot of people in marketing really do, artists and writers and things like that, they put what they can of their creativity in their work. They don't want to go to work and be dead all day. They want to try to do things. But this shift in the last 15 years, as you shift from physical box products to copy to SEO to tweets, the cynicism becomes so simple and efficient. There's a reason that AI is replacing a lot of that work, because it is shit. It's shit, and it's easy to replicate and easy to do. The old stuff, really difficult. Really difficult.
Yeah, like when I think about like when I'm like browsing for games on Steam and stuff, like I can't rely on that that presentation package to judge whether I want to play something in the way that I used to, because like that was how I picked up Total Annihilation, right. Homeworld, Riven. Like, these are incredibly good games that I
also
was able
all
to
of those
pick
games
out
you mentioned backed by major publishers. Like this is the give and take. It was absolutely a velvet rope, because on the other side were developers who would handle that, publishers who could do that box product. Cost of goods, COGS for physical products is no fucking joke. The amount of money you have to spend upfront to have a good in EB games, to have a game in the front of there, on top of first party, which if you were on console, if you're on PC, no first party, but still COGS was fucking crazy. The amount of money you'd have to outlay was exceptional. And so you end up in this place that's pretty horrifying where, velvet rope, you're stuck. It's wild. Just while you're here, I just want to kind of go through since we're talking about live updates, I want to kind of go back to what a nightmare today is. Today's the single best day in stock markets in 16 years.
What?
Yeah.
We've hit that?
We hit that.
What are the percentages?
1 sec.
We're gonna
be, 1 sec, 2 seconds.
This is
insanity.
So fucked. Because that's all going to get corrected. That has to be corrected. It's
absolutely going to get corrected. It's up 7 percentage points from 500. All right, let's say CNN markets.
There's no way that can stay.
No, especially with. See, it's up to 21. Look at this. We're up 8%, 9.5, and 12% on the NASDAQ index.
Who are these chumps?
Retail investors.
My God. Everyone's just so desperate for good news. Any good news.
Yeah, again, I would be looking into the holdings of the major hedge funds, and I would be seeing if they bought into this, because the answer is they didn't.
No, absolutely no fucking way. Yeah, this is gonna, like, these people are gonna get called hard.
After hours. Are we at after hours yet? Not quite. Yeah, we are. 8%, 9.7, and 12%. Fuck me. Dow futures are up 8%.
When you see the stock market is up in contradiction to all the other major economic indicators, that's bad.
Government bonds are selling off still.
Oh man.
Like
Kevin O'Leary calls for 400%.
You know the story of Kevin O'Leary, how he's never actually run a business?
I know.
Destroyed companies over and over and over.
Yeah, total snake.
Trump's top trade official wasn't informed of tariff delay until after the announcement. There you go. Trump says he announced pause on tariffs because people were getting yippy. What a fucking asshole. Trump asked the Supreme Court to let him fire members of independent labor boards. Fuck me. Just going to destroy the entire country. That's all this is.
Yeah. I would say that out of everything, that what's going to make all of this the most lasting and the most permanent is the Supreme Court.
We're so fucked.
Because literally none of those presidents can be overturned until the composition of the court itself changes. And that's like 20 years shit. So now we have a precedent set where the president can unilaterally deport people to foreign prisons without due process. But don't worry, he gets extra time to correct it afterwards.
I actually don't. So like, okay, so we have this happen. Right before announcing the pause on the tariffs, he tweeted for his followers to buy stocks. Now's the time. He literally did this. Which is just like, I'm not sure how to talk about that except as illegal market manipulation.
Wall Street Bets is having the time of their life right now.
We're going to see an uptick in self-harm after this, I think, significantly.
Oh yeah, and on top of all this, the Department of Justice pulled out of enforcing cryptocurrency.
He fired all the crypto people who oversee crypto enforcement.
Yeah.
Fuck. Do you have a way to get around the New York Times?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a link. I need it cleaned up. Fuck. Because I want to get into this where Trump is talking about apparently. 1 second. Come on. No, not subscribing. Fuck off. God damn it. Trump is talking about that he will consider exempting some U.S. companies from tariffs over the 90-day pause period.
Oh my God. That's... Jesus Christ.
So, what this means, for those who don't know. So Trump has said that he's got a pause on tariffs. No one knows exactly what it means. It seems that 20% and up is still for Mexico and Canada, as it seems. China is still at 100 billion% or whatever the fuck. Everyone else is supposedly at a 10% rate, but no one really knows exactly what that means or how it means or how that's sort of setting up as a thing.
Link.
Thank you so much. Here's hoping it loads. Let's find out. Yeah, stocks are back. 9.5% S&P. That was before. It's insane. Sharpest gains since October 2008, 9% soaring. And to add uncertainty, the president said he might consider exempting some U.S. companies from the tariffs over the 90-day pause period. He said his thinking on this would be made instinctively. Diane Swamp, the chief economist at KPMG and one of many business economists who spent many hours calculating the impact of Trump's maximalist tariff plan that went into effect at midnight, only to have a 90-day pause on them announced today, didn't mince words, voicing her frustration. This is nuts. Damage done. Market relief is a head fake unless the administration makes a major course correction. Certainty is its own tax on the economy.
I don't even think Russia does oligarchy that directly.
No, this is exceptionally specific and clear. That's beyond insane. Clear. It's worth noting an hour or so ago, Scott Bassett, the Treasury Secretary, stood in front of the White House and said the reversal in tariffs was the president's strategy all along. Now Trump is saying he made the decision in response to market turmoil.
This is making me think of like cyberpunk corpo lore.
Wendy Zhang, an assistant professor of applied economics at Cornell, pointed out the 125% Chinese tariff, it's higher than that now, on Chinese goods would have an enormous repercussion for American economy because many products that the U.S. imports are predominantly from China. 73% of smartphones, 78% of laptops, 87% of video game consoles, 77% of toys. Resourcing from other countries will take time and result in much higher costs. That's still in place. Like, why are the markets coming back? Like I know for sure that this is retail. This is all retail. It has to be, right?
Well, I know for sure that the holidays are going to be interesting. That's what everybody, Black Ink Friday, right? That's what everybody depends on in the retail sector.
Yeah, we've got 7 months until then. Like, this is the next 6 months. Is the problem is that holiday, they already have the stuff. They don't buy in the holiday. They don't make orders in the holiday. They're making orders now for the holiday.
They're going to eat all this cost.
They're not going to eat this cost. Like, this is the thing.
Well, we are the consumer.
I actually don't think so. I think what we're going to start seeing
is
they're not going to buy. They're going to refuse. They're going to say, we're going to hold, and we're going to hold.
Yeah.
Because they're going to just wait and see. Like, right now, there are distributors in China probably having conversations saying, hey, wait. And there's a date, let's say June 3rd, whatever the fuck. I don't know what it is, but everyone's going to have its own. June 3rd is the last possible. It's our drop dead date. If you don't tell us by then, we cannot do this order. And every day after that, we have to cut order in order to make the date. And they probably are padding that a bit, but these are the conversations right now. So companies are like holding off because they're like, okay, we'll wait. But when that doesn't fix or at some point, like how that shifts, they aren't going to be able to order stuff. People are not going to pay. No one is going to buy a Nintendo Switch for $1,000.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of already manufactured goods just sitting that can't be sold.
Yeah. And that they built expressly expecting that they were going to be bringing things into the US or getting things purchased. This is going to destroy multiple companies. I have friends already that are saying they got notes from Chinese distributors for their products, and they're like, yeah, actually they're just canceling. I'm like, what? They're like, no, they're canceling me. They said that it's not worth doing work in the US anymore.
You know what I bet the hedge funds are getting into heavily right now is liquidation firms.
That's probably fair.
Because what happens when all these companies go bankrupt because they don't have cash flow? It's like
shares of automakers rose sharply, even though the 25% tariffs on imported cars remained in place. What the fuck, man?
What happened to the hyper-rational capitalist?
No, that's been dead for years.
Businessman.
It's been dead for years. The idea of it, even Alan Greenspan. If you don't remember, Alan Greenspan went in front of Congress.
Yeah, and he was like, "I was wrong the entire time."
Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. 1 second.
One of Ayn Rand's acolytes.
Probably lovers too, if the rumors are all true.
Oh God, I don't even want to.
Hey, she was. She enjoyed herself.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I ruin your day. That's what I try to do. But here, I'll share into the.
It's a good thing I haven't eaten anything yet.
Yeah, I do what I can. Here, I'll share into the screen so you can see and comment as you decide to.
But Alan Greenspan is acknowledging a sour note, admitting a mistake in his view of the economy he guided for 18 years.
I'll never forget.
Greenspan told a House committee the current credit crisis is much worse than anything he could have imagined.
We are in the midst of a once-in-a-century credit tsunami.
Critics charge Greenspan...
Once in a century. Except for all those other times, right?
Yeah. We've gone through it like 3 times now.
Didn't do enough to regulate subprime and other mortgages, and he left interest rates too low. And under questioning, he acknowledged a flaw in his belief that markets would regulate themselves.
You found a flaw in the reality.
Flaw in the model that I perceived is the critical functioning structure that defines how the world works, so to speak.
Can you imagine? So here's the thing. You got to know, like, if you don't know who Alan Greenspan is, because if you're not old, you wouldn't. Old people know him because he was the Fed chairman for fucking forever.
Very long
I want to
time.
say,
yeah,
like forever. Like he's kind of responsible for making the Fed, as we talk about it today, really. And
he's one of the big figures of neoliberal capitalism.
Huge. He was a hardcore objectivist Randian. There's articles. I have all the objectivist newsletters behind me because I find them fun to read. He wrote for that. He was a fucking acolyte of Ayn Rand. He believed rational selfishness was everything in all of this shit. And what makes this amazing is him saying there is a flaw in the functioning structure that defines how the world works, so to speak. He's an understand like he's admitting,
saying my entire ontology was wrong.
Yes. It's think about that as a moment that somehow no one learned from. Like that's the other half of it is like this happened. This is 2008. And like, not only did no one learn from this, Alan Greenspan saying I was wrong. And everyone else went, nah, probably
that guy
not.
Of all guys. Yeah.
Nah, you were right. That's what everyone like. You just weren't a believer. That's kind of like,
yeah.
In other words, you
God, I remember.
In other words, you
your
found
view of the world, your ideology was not right. It was not working.
It had precisely.
Meanwhile, senators were told the government is moving forward with the $700 billion.
I will never forget watching this. I watched that live on C-SPAN because it was like everyone knew he was going to be saying something big. I don't think anyone thought, like, you want to talk about like the death of ideology for like an entire people. I don't know anyone who's like conservative
so weird about that.
Money people worshipped Greenspan.
Well, what's so weird about that is that even though that happened, then I remember the immediate aftermath and like talking with people about like causes and effects and everything. And there was just this persistent belief that, the mortgage crisis is because we all the poor people took all these lines of credit that they shouldn't have. And like that was like
and here we are in a world where there are now 25% tariffs on all automobiles, and stock prices are going up despite nothing changed for the automakers in the last 5 days. All the losses that they've been suffering in the stock market reversed for reasons.
Did I show you? I showed you that clip of Fox interviewing that car dealership guy, right?
Yes. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
It's so
Let me see
funny.
if I can find it.
In a tragic way, it's very funny.
I think I was just going. You and I texting last night about the basis points and everything was too much.
Dude, I could not go to sleep. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
The idea of how this is working, though, and this is the part I don't understand: the canceling of them and the holding of tariffs. Now, it's keeping some of them. It's keeping the 10% or 20%, depending, or the 150 on China. Like, what the fuck are they going to do now? Because he can't go back to doing tariffs.
Yeah.
Like, this is, I made this comment. I was talking to my brother about this, and I said the worst thing that he could do, and I still believe this, is actually this. I think this is actually the worst thing he could have done. Because
the back and forth waffling.
Because the back and forth means that people don't know what the fuck is coming. People don't know what's coming next. They're going to
prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Not
if you're going to have a tariff for the next 2 years that's 25%, that sucks. You redo your numbers, you shift your books, you get a loan if you have to, and you make your business survive. And you might be able to. It'll kill a lot of business. It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
But if he undoes this,
you can't count on the future.
You have no idea what to plan for. Is it going to be a 25% tariff on cars in a week? Is it going to be a 75% tariff on cars in a week from certain
Nobody's
countries?
going to want to lend money to businesses in this environment.
You're completely fucked.
Lending depends on a stable outlook for the future.
And there is none. There is none. And we all know, I want to go back to, come on, give me I just want to know up to a minute. I want to understand, because there's every reality. He may have changed his mind a moment ago. Oh, good. Fox News' first story. NSC confirms Mike Waltz and staff use Gmail for government communication. Fantastic.
Were you going to show that clip, though?
I can't find it. Send me it again.
Oh,
sorry.
I can find it. Hold on.
Waltz is doing his best, Trump says. They're not, how is the tariff thing not on your front page? Take questions after tariff pause. Come on.
Or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive. Maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it was incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel was a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them.
20 years ago.
I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you. They hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it,
I think maybe the ghost of Prescott Bush is like whispering in his ear.
He's just completely stupid.
With respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world, but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because, these are
$7 trillion you just
$7 trillion
from the
is
world
unheard
economy.
of. I never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year And it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving.
What
and
are
that
you
means
talking
jobs
about?
What is he talking about? What is he referring
And so
to?
we're not playing
making
games.
shit
We're going to
up.
make this
$7
country
trillion
greater than
of
ever
what?
before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that China has made some...
Let her just do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning.
The people in my cabinet, they're very professional.
We didn't have the use of... we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart, and I think it was well written too. But it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And
okay, so for steel alone, like just again, here's how stupid this is. Just looking up the quick numbers, the U.S. Produced 1.6 net tons, which is it's a lot. We import 22.5 net tons. That's a lot. Total imports overall are 28.9 net tons of steel. We are not going to be able to 28x our steel production in
the tariffs. I think the tariffs just.
Well, at this point, if this persists, we're really thinking of like legitimate, basic product scarcity.
Like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit. So that was going to only
get away with
be
$1 trillion deficit.
I think
with China.
The tariffs.
He just thinks deficit's bad, and Republicans are stupid enough to think deficit's bad.
But I think this was a problem that existed far beyond tariffs. This was a systemic problem, and we're going to cure that problem. And maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed it, and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute, but I blame the people sitting behind in this chair or behind this desk for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama. It should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped. They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying it, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more
you
than I blame.
might turn us into a developing nation.
Fucking dude, the inner cities. Look what's happening there. It's the same thing as being a fresh starting nation, third world country. Yes,
you see black and brown people everywhere.
Certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries,
they really think trade deficits are
deficits with
Don't ask why
almost
Trump's
every
desk
country.
is the incest
I thought
desk.
for a very long time. Go ahead.
Don't ask. Thank you, Eric Adams. Trump's desk is the end. Yeah. Lovely.
And you can blame them, but I really blame the people that allowed them to do it, because
people that allowed them to make things cheaply for us in the trade deals that we put together and implemented on them that our businesses were in charge of. Like, again, I think there's a very nuanced take here with how we deal with China and pushing them into other things, but this is fucking wild.
I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S. energy. Is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like China to do.
One thing.
There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. Not you, but I'll be telling China.
Mr. President, on Iran, you said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically?
Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
And do you have a
deadline for these talks?
Yeah, I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Do you want something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time.
I love our media.
Who is this starting?
Because
hey, so look, that crisis is over for 20 minutes. Can we talk about invading Iran? Can we just get to that? Like, look, guys,
There's too many items on the agenda.
I don't really have a lot of interest in like talking about good news for a minute. We want to bitch about Biden, and can we talk about invasion of Iran? Fucking amazing.
But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't. They can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy
Talking about our
oil.
election, not.
We did
not
that to
Iran's
Venezuela
election.
just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to.
When is the
I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that.
What?
But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the clock run out on the talks? Before you might, when would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but when you start talks, if they're going along well or not.
How soon will you invade?
And I would say the
That's what that
conclusion
question
would
is,
be
by
when
the
I
way.
think that
How soon can you invade? Is it possible to invade very soon? Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe.
I mean,
Do you
basically,
have
foreign
any plans
policy is
to
being
reduce
shaped
the
right in
number
front
of
of our
U.S.
eyes.
troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in
He's
Europe.
making it up as he goes along.
We don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it'll be one of the things we discuss.
This is
It's
when
unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part
Other
of it
presidents
because
would just
makes
shut up
sense.
and
Be
be
nice
like,
to wrap it all up in
well,
one
I don't know
time.
about that. I have to confer with my
Yeah.
cabinet or whatever, or that's pending or what, like
He
they
just
don't
can't help
answer these
himself.
questions.
He just cannot help himself.
But he cannot shut the fuck up.
For each country. It's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of
the best that I blackmailed
Why
him
didn't
doing lots of
Roy
free
Cohn was
services
a
for myself
lawyer,
and my
right?
family.
Why didn't he? Roy Cohn was a lawyer, right? Why didn't he ever teach him to shut the fuck up?
He didn't learn anything from anyone. He's a fail son of a fail son. Just awful people.
way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, in terms of their legal time.
I sent you that clip.
Will
by the way.
be
So he's literally admitting it. What the fuck? Like, he's literally saying it. He's like, yeah, these are the firms that I blackmailed into giving free legal service to the government. And we got a lot of money for their time, so we're going to have them do these things. Are you fucking kidding me? He's just openly corrupt. Wild.
Yeah. If we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries.
I love
we'll
it
be
that he's
dealing with.
open
We'll have
about
good
it.
lawyers representing us, but we want to have good
Because
lawyers.
he's too stupid otherwise.
These are the
And again, his
considered the
followers,
best lawyers in
his followers are that useless. They don't care. Their investment is in the larger superstructure that he's increasing in power and all of that. So that's what they're really into.
This would be dangerous for him to say if we had a Supreme Court that, cared about
Yes, Zephyr, he's referring to the law firms he shook down. Correct. That they're the best. Remember, he said they were the worst? Now they're the best. So working for him.
In the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions. On Iran, do you have an update on who will be participating or conducting these conversations? Will Witkoff be there on Saturday for these direct talks? And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world, and I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country is very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody
They don't even understand.
Even so nobody's going to do that, but I think that if that's what you
have no idea how big.
Wait. Is he talking? Sorry, I was under the impression a moment ago that he was talking of soft power. Was he just talking about nuclear weapons?
Yeah, he was literally talking about military power.
Sorry, I was
Directly.
thinking we weren't talking about nukes.
He wasn't talking about economic, social. He was talking about nukes.
That's crossing streams, man. That's crossing streams. That's a thing.
Yeah, crossing streams at the urinal.
You're referring to, maybe it's not, but just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, no, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well.
They're going to divest from the U.S.
And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's.
You want to know how China can fuck us left, right, and center? Like, this is how stupid Trump is. If China decided to just dump their fucking bonds,
they owe about $1 trillion of our debt.
They just fucking dump bonds. That's the end of our economy.
Yeah,
like
the dollar gets devalued into the ground.
Like, we don't have that for China. We do not have. We are 14 to 15% of their.
The reason why the dollar is so strong is because everybody buys our debt because
we used to pay it back.
Just like the line from Game of Thrones. Lannister always pays his debt. The United States always pays its debt.
It's why I keep encouraging over and over that it would be really awesome if Democrats actually didn't raise the debt ceiling and fought it. Because it'd be really fun to watch what happens. Because it's time to just let it all burn.
It's going to happen. We'll get a phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them.
Off to the races.
It'll be
just a
great
phone
thing
call,
for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Just waiting on a phone call.
To meet with Putin in Saudi Arabia.
Like he's getting a job at Wendy's or something.
We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. You know, we got to get there. In the meantime, they're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable.
What is he talking?
We got to get there fast.
Do you think
A couple of more.
Yes. What?
Tariffs on China even more
2,000
before they
what,
come
young
to the
people?
table or give you a phone
I
call?
can't imagine it.
2,500 people are dying in the
I don't
Ukraine
think so.
war.
I don't think
on
I'll have to
behalf
do
of Russia, really, but he's saying
more. We calculated it very carefully. By the way, when you hear
calculated
100,
it carefully. Here we go.
A lot of people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many, many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
On the investigations.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because they are your policies?
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, again.
Here's the Nazi. Do you see him? Stephen Miller right in the middle there?
Yep.
And it's worth noting, Canada does not just have a 200 plus tariff on dairy. If you haven't had it explained to you, Canada actually has fully competitive tariff rates across the board, up to a certain amount, because what they want to prevent is someone coming in and completely destroying their dairy industry. So up to a certain point, they actually have very, very normal rates. Then the tariffs start expanding upwards. So it's a lie, again, wrapped in that tiny little seed of the truth. You know.
It's all to maintain price stability and competitive local markets.
It's like a shit. It's like a shit pearl. One grain of sand in there, and it just this shit wrapped around all of it. It's the worst.
Just give me a quick second. I'm grabbing food.
Yep.
I'll be right back though.
Oh, that's nice. These people are all, everything's just fucking completely fucked. We'll come back to Trump in 2 seconds. Secretary Noem is reopening Victims of Immigration Crime Enforcement Office. The Voice Office was shuttered by the previous administration with victims of alien crime without access to support services. This is going to be so fucking wild. This is going to be a lot. Great news. I don't think so. Oh no, I don't want to go deep into that. Oh Lord, this is just going to get so bad. Oh, this is just going to get so bad.
And we're making, it'll be soon, much more than $2 billion a day. That's not the worst thing that I've ever heard. So yeah, some people say.
From an economics point of view, they don't really have any options. You know, when you look at it, we're the bigger economy. The Chinese are the trade surplus countries, $295.4 billion merchandise trade surplus last year. They're just out of ammunition. As the Treasury Secretary said, they're holding a pair of twos, and I'm not sure they even have that. So clearly they're going to have to do something besides economics to get out of this.
But I do worry, Gordon, what someone does when they're backed into a corner. We know the role that an oil embargo on Japan played in World War II and their decision to bomb Pearl Harbor. So
they are just screaming about war everywhere right now. That's all they want.
My God.
The trade thing is one of those things where you talk about that trade surplus. It's they're backed into a corner. We are, again, only 15% of their exports. We are not even close to a plurality, let alone a sizable amount. You start hitting like 15%, and then it's like 8 and 12 for the next two. We are not light years ahead of other partners. It will hurt China for us to fuck up. Yes, it will hurt China if we cut things off. If things stop being purchased, it will hurt China. That is not even a question. But
all this braggadocious, like we can push China around or whatever, like they're like 40 years behind on this.
It's embarrassing. And again, it's let's find out Gordon Chang. And then I may Gordon Chang is is expert on China is what this was said. He is the author of a 2001 book, The Coming Collapse of China, where he predicted the collapse of China by 2011. In 2011, he changed the year of the predicted collapse to 2012.
It's the Mayan calendar. The doomsday.
I love this. I once in a while a Wikipedia article is pretty fun to read, and this is going to be one of those days for us. Enjoy. This is Gordon, who we just heard talk about and be the expert for Fox on China. I need to create a fake fucking profile, and
he's a lawyer. He's not even like a political scientist or an economist or anything. He's a fucking lawyer.
Yeah, he's a lawyer. Born in New Jersey to a Chinese father and American mother. Well, I mean, that's how he knows everything about China. He's half Chinese. Don't you understand that's how it works? He graduated there. He lived in mainland China and Hong Kong. So this means he lived in Hong Kong and then in Shanghai as counsel law firm Paul Weiss and early in So he's part of a global American law firm that has offices in Shanghai And this makes him an expert in China. I fucking love it. Chang has made numerous predictions on the imminent collapse of the Chinese government and the fall of the Communist Party since 2001, including the specific years. In 2001, the book, The Coming Collapse, we're going to make this big because this is great.
Money, 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 money.
China Uncensored has been predicting collapse forever. Meanwhile, they keep sending me money to donate on stream.
Thank you for the China
is,
proxy cash very much.
People talk about Fukuyama being wrong all the time, but like this is
something
way
else.
more embarrassing.
Chang insisted the government would collapse in 2011. When 2011 was almost over, he admitted his prediction was wrong, but said only by a year. And he wrote in Foreign Policy magazine that instead of 2011, the mighty Communist Party will fall in 2012.
In a year now.
He made Foreign Policy's 10 worst predictions of the year twice in a row when his predictions were proven wrong again.
They literally gave him an award for how wrong he was.
Twice. For the same prediction. Chang has said China is not trying to compete with the United States within the Westphalian Order, but to overthrow that order altogether. Chang posits that China and the United States are involved in a cold tech war, with the winner able to dominate the 21st century. This guy, it feels like, has been writing all of the news articles in everyone's mind for a long time. Like, this is wild.
It's like an even worse version of Mearsheimer.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. It gets great. In 2011, Chang stated that China was the new dot-com bubble, added that the rapid growth by China was contradicted by various internal factors, including a decrease in population growth and a slowdown of retail sales. In a separate interview, he remarked that China achieved its 149.2% trade surplus with the United States by lying, cheating, and stealing. And that if China decided to realize its threat expressed since 2007 to sell its treasury bonds, it would hurt its own economy, since it's reliant on U.S. exports to the United States. The U.S. economy would be hurt by a sell-off of treasuries, which would cause the U.S. to buy less from China, which in turn hurt the Chinese economy. 15% of their economy is that. Almost all of our products, are 76 or some crazy percent, are from China. Who loses? Chang suggested Taiwan could deter the PRC by threatening a conventional missile attack on the Three Gorges.
Oh my God.
Let me just say this again. Let me put it in the announcer voice so it sounds more serious. In a 2022 piece for the Gatestone Institute, Chang suggested that Taiwan could deter the PRC by threatening a conventional missile attack on the Three Gorges Dam, signaling that they are prepared to take Chinese lives in the hundreds of millions by drowning the population downstream of the dam. This would pack, quote, the wallop of a nuclear strike. Chang believes the United States should help Taiwan manufacture more missiles with such capabilities.
This is like Eisenhower administration shit.
2019 Wall Street Journal piece, Chang stated, Donald Trump is the only thing that stands between us and a world dominated by China. That's true, and he's happily stepping out of the way. What the fuck, man?
If you want some more cognitive dissonance, check out that clip.
Just real quick, I just want to see if on his bio he actually has... Yeah, he did not include his predictions on his bio on his personal homepage, sadly.
His greatest accomplishment. His greatest contribution to American foreign policy.
The coming collapse of China, which at this point has been shown multiple times to be hilariously inaccurate. Quite simply, the best book I know about China's future. Gordon Chang writes marvelously and knows China well. I hope everyone concerned with that country will pay careful consideration to what he sees ahead. I love it. I love it. I kind of want to read his Q&A. It's on his page, by the way. He left it up. The Q&A. When will this collapse? 2011. He left it up, dude. I love it. I love it. I love it. What do you mean by collapse? After the collapse, there will be a new form of government, the Communist Party no longer in power. There will, of course, always be a China, but not one that is communist. When will China collapse? Within this decade. In other words, by 2011. This is on his main homepage. This is his personal homepage. This is on gordonchang.com. I might actually do a long read of this on the QC because this is fucking,
by all means.
That's fucking amazing. That's this guy right here on the left.
So we know the history. One more big picture. Tom, I buy into the vision that's been laid out, I think really well by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Stamina to fight to make sure that we are at least a manufacturing country again. You say United States doesn't want to be a manufacturing country. We lost 90,000 manufacturing businesses. We want to be. We're bringing. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. All right. What we want is we want everyone who needs us to, number one, be able to rely on us, and we need to be able to work with them. And they will reap benefits by working with us. And we can create a group deal around China, whether it's Taiwan, Vietnam, and North Korea, South Korea, and trying to make sure that we get people who want to work with us.
This, again, fundamentally shows how she doesn't understand how China gets around a lot of tariffs and does fuck with things. Like, again, China is not innocent babe in the woods with this shit. China does fucky things. We do fucky things. We're world powers. Like, don't think there's a good person in this. But to be like, yeah, Vietnam, famous for not working with China, will absolutely work with us against them.
China can bully us. There's no question about it. But they need our market and they need our customers. And right now, the Dow is dancing. The market moved up with incredible velocity, and the S&P for the year is down only 7%, which is nothing. All he cared about was a good result and creating a deal, and that's what he got.
Now, Greg, everybody that now is negotiating with the president knows the pain that tariffs can cause their economies. So when they're cutting a new deal, Trump can just say, all right, I don't like where this is going. Tariffs are going back up.
Becomes bespoke.
He's the decider.
Tailored tariffs. I'm very happy for Madagascar. I was worried about not getting my vanilla or my clothes. Judge is right. There's two steps here. China was isolated. All the other countries are coming to the table. Done and done. If this upsets Democrats, you have then made another odd group that you have sided with. Tesla vandals, migrant gangs, men invading women's spaces, and now communist China. It is hysterical to me what Trump forces you to defend. You know, if Trump would come out in defense of puppies, the Democrats would firebomb the pound. But anyway, the bigger story, if you look at the stock market.
This is just poisoning the apple. That's all they're doing, is just going through the process saying, hey, look at everyone's defending China. No one's defending China. They're just like, hey, the average working person buys most of their shit from Walmart. Walmart gets most of their shit from China. And since most people don't want to be able to have to pay 110% surplus on top of what they're doing, 125% surplus, we shouldn't do this. It's fucked up. You're defending China. No.
That ain't Wall Street. Deporting criminals, that's Main Street. Getting creeps out of women's sports, Main Street. Going after fentanyl, you know, Wall Street didn't care about that. That was hillbilly heroin. That's Main Street. We all knew somebody who died from that. And the zebra mussels, the fish, Main Street. Trump's radical in this, in the thing that, like, all of these issues rely on the fundamental mechanism of Democrats and Republicans' survival through kicking the.
I'm just going to check and see if anything fell apart while we were talking here.
Distinct possibility.
Trump says he's raising China tariffs further. Oh, that's the same thing. Okay. God. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's new.
Can't tell anymore.
They finally broke down the tariffs. Oh, this is that earlier thing. Again, they're just saying, I want them to actually talk about it. I need to see what's going on. Yeah, this is, it's over. All right. It's been fun, Sure Shot. I'm going to kick you out and we're going to move on to the rest of life as far as things go, because that's a solid 4 hours alone. But we did make it. And hey, Sure Shot, thanks for helping us get over that hump. People wanted to see you enough, apparently. People wanted to hear you enough.
Hey, I'm a rising star.
What can I say? Thanks for coming out. And thank all of you, genuinely, for joining us. We'll be back Friday with a more fun stream. We may do one tomorrow, actually, because there's just so much going on. And I think I've goaded Sunday into enough guilt that he'll want to. Do not invest money in the stock market today or overnight. Do not let people you love do that. Just keep an eye on things and watch. This is the time to do that. We are in a very, very scary time, and it's every single way from them talking about actively deporting American citizens overseas to illegal immigrants, humans being put away for life without trial because where they come from, to businesses that are shuttering, and businesses matter. I hate to tell you, to the absolute collapse of monetary policy globally. It is a difficult time. It's a difficult time. And so, take care of yourselves, keep an eye on things, and we will see you in the next In the Fold.